Throw the ball, don't think about what you're doing. The other key, just keep swinging the bats. This Cub offense right now is locked and loaded. They're making pitchers throw strikes, and when they do, they're hitting the ball hard, hitting it where they're not. A really good offensive team.
A win today would put the Cubs 33 games over the 500 mark. They haven't been there since 1945. How impressive is 33 over?
It's very impressive, and I thought your next line was going to be, were you in that season? No. I played a little bit after that.
I was being nice this morning. It's early. That's going to do it from studio. Thanks for watching Lexus Cubs Pregame Live. Len and Bob are up next from PNC Park. Hope to see you back here when it's all over for Cubs Postgame Live. Up next, Cubs and Pirates on Comcast Sportsnet.
The Cubs are having fun in Pittsburgh. They've taken the first two in this series. Big Z struggled last night, so it was the rookie Giovanni Soto to the rescue. The Cubs look to get a sweep and get out of town. Enough of those orange barrels. And we greet you once again from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on a very overcast day. We hope to dodge the rain, and we are set for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. It's the Cubs and the Pirates as the visitors go for the sweep, and let's update the standings in the National League Central. The top two teams winning last night. The Cubs here, the Brewers won in St. Louis, and they'll be there against the Cardinals again later tonight. And hi again, everyone. Bob Renly and Len Casper with you. It took 3 hours and 59 minutes to complete last night, but the Cubs have scored 26 times in this series, and they're getting contributions from up and down the lineup.
Yeah, contributions from guys that we've come to expect contributions from. Normally, it's the guys in the middle of the lineup, Derek Lee and Aramis Ramirez, that generate a lot of the offense with RBIs and runs scored, but Cubs have been getting production up and down the lineup. Kosuke Fukudome in the first game. Jim Edmonds with the big triple in the first game of the series. He had a big night. And Giovanni Soto last night was 7 runs driven in.
Twice he cleared the bases with doubles. Also hit his 20th home run of the season. Henry Blanco's in there giving Giovanni Soto some rest today. Now the pitching matchup. Jason Marquis for the Cubs and struggling lefty Zach Duke for the Pirates.
Yeah, Jason Marquis has pitched very well against the Pirates in his career. Zach Duke, on the other hand, has really struggled since June 9th, a period of 13 starts. He's 0-8 with an ERA of 6.5.
So coming up, Jason Marquis, who's 2-1 in 4 starts already this year against the Pirates, looks to get the sweep for the Cubs. We'll have Cubs baseball next.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
we're sharing our GM employee discount with everyone.
You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Take advantage of the discount and get the 2008 Chevy Silverado with better available V8 fuel economy than Tundra and F-150. That's right. Get this 2008 Silverado half-ton for around $20,500 after all offers.
Deciding on a color? Let's start with some idea cards. That'll get you the right one.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right, start here.
Get the right products and expert advice for your next painting project at K&K True Value. Start right, start here.
All right, these guys are gone. They're flagging the grid.
Stand by, Sarah.
Split screen, logo left, ready camera 1, take 1, key logo, Q talent.
This Labor Day weekend, the place to be is the Rock Island Grand Prix. It's an experience that you've got to see to believe as high-performance go-karts race through the streets of Rock Island's downtown arts and entertainment district at speeds upwards of 100 miles an hour, 1 inch off the ground and into the turn.
Great food, great lemonade, family events, great announcing. It's a good time.
The Rock Island Grand Prix, it's the place to be this Labor Day weekend.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas Touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Well, it can't rain on the Cubs parade as they go for their 83rd win. We mentioned Soto will begin the day on the bench, and he's getting his teammates ready. And we will start on time. Let's check in on the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. They have the best record in baseball, 82-55 up on Milwaukee. They've won 4 straight. Soriano, Terrio, and Lee at the top. Ramirez, Johnson, DeRosa in the middle. Cedeno and Blanco in there today, along with Jason Marquis, the pitcher.
Take a look at the Pirates defensively. Brandon Moss in left field tonight. He played right field last night. Nate McLouth in center. Niger Morgan in right. He played left last night. LaRoche on either corner. Andy at third base. Adam at first base. Jack Wilson at short. Freddie Sanchez at second base. Raul Chavez doing the catching today for left-hander Zach Duke. It's been a rough go over his last 13 starts. You see his numbers on the season. Right-handers hitting him at a .316 clip. 17 of his 19 home runs have come off the bat of right-handed hitters.
Now the key umpires, the crew chief Tim Cheetah, will call the balls and strikes today. As we mentioned last night, instant replay can be utilized for boundary calls beginning tomorrow night when the Cubs host the Phillies. Well, this is a test game today. Called strike from Zach Duke, and we're underway. Room temperature 72 degrees as we get started. So my understanding is Tim Cheetah might leave the field to take a look at a replay on a potential home run ball, even though he can't use it to change a call in this game. They just want to test all the equipment. Fly ball to right. Morgan's going to drift back. Took a look back at the barrier, and it's going to be off the wall. That ball kept carrying for Soriano, and he'll end up with a double. We almost had one right there. High up off that wall as Morgan kept going back and ran out of room.
Well, the wind blowing straight in from left center field, maybe across from left to right, may have helped that ball considerably. It looked like a routine fly ball to deep right field, but just continued to carry further and further back until Niger Morgan eventually ran out of room, had to back off the wall and play the carom. But good start for the Cubs. Fonzie on second base with nobody out.
And it's Ryan Terrio at the plate. A big opposite field shift put on the infield. You have Jack Wilson, the shortstop, playing near second base. They're guarding against the bunt, and we know Terrio likes to hit the ball to the right side. He'll try to do that here with a runner at second and nobody out.
There's that patented inside out swing, leading with the knob of the bat. The barrel drags behind just a little bit, and the usual result of that kind of a swing is a ground ball to the right side of the infield.
The kick and the 1-1 pitch. There's that ground ball to the second baseman Freddie Sanchez. Runner at third, 1 out.
There's some minor technical difficulties there. Another look at Soriano's double, hit about 3/4 of the way up that wall in right field. I made the comparison last night, Nyjer Morgan, how he physically resembles Juan Pierre, also wears his uniform like Juan Pierre. And another similarity is they both lack a strong throwing arm. So I'm kind of surprised to see Morgan playing right field. The longer throws come from right field. And he should be tested in this game by the Cubs if they get an opportunity.
And the Pirates forced to bring their infield in against the third batter of the game as Lee fouls back. Now, Moss has gotten most of his starts with the Pirates in left. But as you said last night, he was over in right with Morgan in left. They have flip-flopped today. Bob, the word I would use in describing the Cubs offense in this series, relentless. Even when they haven't scored, it seems like they've had a lot of chances. Looking at the ball game last night, they only had one 1-2-3 inning, and that was the 9th after they had already scored 14 runs. They only had one 1-2-3 inning in game 1. That was the 4th. Time called before the pitch.
Boy, and on that last pitch to Derek Lee that he fouled out a play, it looked like Raul Chavez behind home plate was coming out of the chute, getting ready to attempt a pickoff throw at third base. Now, we know opposing teams have really tried to work Fonzie when he's been on the bases, whether it be at first, second, or third.
Soriano will have to hold up as Wilson throws out Lee.
Now, this is one of those things that should show up on an advance report. An advanced scout would notice something like this. Watch the Pirates catcher as that pitch gets close to the hitting area. He's reaching across, getting prepared to throw that ball to third base.
So everybody pushed back as Ramirez comes up with 2 outs. 95 RBIs on the season, including 11 over his last 4 games. Last night he took the go-ahead bases loaded RBI walk as part of a 7-run 8th after Derek Lee had tied it on a bases loaded free pass. The pitcher who gave up those walks has been sent down to the minors, Craig Hansen. So he's on his way to AAA Indianapolis, and right-hander Jesse Chavez is now with the Pirates, and he's looking to make his major league debut. 0-2 pitch, and it's hit right at Adam LaRoche, who dropped it but had time and gets Ramirez unassisted. Leadoff double by Soriano, but the Cubs fail to score. The Pirates are coming up against right-hander Jason Marquis.
Thanks, folks. I gotta get going. Cindy, keep my plane ready a little later. We're not finished yet. Cindy, I got stuck on a client call. Cindy, something else just came up. Oh, yeah. Hey, Cindy.
Your plane is ready.
Thanks, Cindy. You're the best.
With 14 daily one-stop or connecting flights, you'll feel like you have your own company plane. You can count on Southwest Airlines to get you there on time with friendly customer service.
You are now free to move about the country.
We've come to this bayou because we found something extraordinary. The internet. It seems it can't hide here either.
Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card and you're connected at up to 3G speeds.
Download presentations. Even track your company's inventory all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
The event is now on, but it won't last forever.
The Lexus Summer Sales Event, where you'll find the best values of the year now through September 2nd. Lease the 2009 RX 350 all-wheel drive for $459 a month for 36 months for $35.59 due at signing.
The Pirates are now in last, 25 games back of the Cubs. They've lost 6 in a row and 10 of their last 12. As we check in on their Southwest starting lineup. Morgan again in right. Wilson bats second today. McLouth in center hitting third. LaRoche at first. It's Moss in left. Freddie Sanchez at second base. Andy LaRoche is 0 for his last 24. Chavez, the catcher. Duke, the pitcher. And it's Jason Marquis versus Niger Morgan, who got on 5 times last night.
And there's a real good chance at least once in this ball game you're going to see Niger Morgan attempt to bunt for a base hit. Speed is by far his best asset at the plate.
And that brings a corner man in. Now 2 strikes. We'll see if Aramis moves back at all. He was in on the grass, now backing up just a couple of steps. Actually, now from the dugout, they're telling him you can move back even a couple more. Toward first, it's foul. This is the 6th of 7 12:35 local starts for the Pirates here at PNC Park. They're 5-0 in the first 5 such contests. With a win today, the Cubs would complete the season series 14-4 against the Pirates. 2 high, 2-2. They haven't beaten a team 14 times in a single season since they posted 15 wins against the Cardinals in 1978, 30 years ago. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
I know there are some people out there that would probably take some of the luster off of those numbers against the Pirates, but my way of looking at it is this is a team you're supposed to beat. Now, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed a victory against the Pirates every night, but the Cubs have played as they should play against an undermanned and very young Pirates ball club.
Wilson hits a high bouncer over Aramis Ramirez and into left. And Soriano had a little trouble with it. Probably be a single and an error. And that's the call, the 5th error for Soriano. He clanked a fly ball last night. Made up for it by scoring the game-winning run. A little drop here, and Jack Wilson took advantage.
That AstroTurf hop over the left side of the infield, and Soriano, after his drop last night, said he couldn't really explain it. He just needs to concentrate a little harder, and first ball hit to him in the ball game today he struggles with once again.
Here's McLouth. Strike 1. Well, McLouth hit leadoff Monday. Batted second last night. He's hitting third today. So should Milwaukee expect to see him hit cleanup Friday?
I wouldn't think so, but Nate McLouth is a very versatile hitter. He's got good enough speed to be a top of the lineup guy. He takes his base on balls. He's got good enough power to be a middle of the order guy. So a very versatile bat in John Russell's lineup.
This is DeRosa in right. And Wilson tagging on his way to third. Good throw by Mark, but a little late. 2 outs in the inning.
A slight delay by DeRosa after the catch. Right there, takes 2 or 3 steps before he realizes Jack Wilson is tagging at second base. That's just some heads-up base running by a pretty good base runner. He had the right-handed throwing DeRosa moving to his left, understood that he was going to have to gather himself, turn, and make that throw back to third base, so took the gamble, tagged, and advanced on to third.
Ball 1 on Adam LaRoche. So each team getting a runner as far as third base. The Cubs came up empty in the top of the inning. And Marquis trying to strand Wilson at third here in the bottom half. Big topic this morning, the weather conditions, 72 degrees and the wind out of the east southeast. But yeah, we want to get this one in because it sounds like it's going to rain at some point today. Lee will flip, Marquis covering, and that's the inning. We've completed 1-0 from Pittsburgh.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down, and you will be arrested. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
What am I gonna do now?
This is roadside assist. I see you've been in a crash.
I'm pinned.
I'm sending an ambulance.
Oh no. I need you to do something for me.
Of course.
Can you call Jimmy John's?
Sorry I'm late. I got stuck behind an ambulance.
Jimmy John's, America's sandwich delivery experts.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount with everyone.
You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more
The GM employee discount.
for everyone.
Plus, get the best coverage in America on Pontiac G6 with better combined fuel efficiency than Honda Accord. And now get a 2008 G6 sedan starting at $16,720. See your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealers.
6, 5, 4. Michael Strip got it back. 3.
Now here's Savard. He races over the line. Left it for Larmer. Back to Savard.
2. Michael falls, fires.
Yeah! Savard moves right in. He scores! Savard!
Reed Johnson starts the Cubs second. Called strike. One little interesting note about replay. The Pirates are not televising. The Pirates are not televising today. So this is the only TV broadcast of this game. So as this thing is implemented, starting with the series tomorrow night, the only replays they have available, which will come from New York, are the shots that actually air on the broadcasts that are available. So today it would only be our broadcast. I know we've had some people wondering if they're going to put in special cameras. It doesn't sound like that's the case. They're going to utilize the television angles that we have available. And as Phil Rogers in the Chicago Tribune pointed out, it might not be needed that much. They won't have to look at a replay on an obvious home run. And think of a handful of situations the Cubs have been involved in this year. Mark DeRosa hit a home run over the foul pole in Philadelphia early. We had a ball at Wrigley Field go off the yellow line right at the top of the basket. I'm sure they would have looked at that one as Johnson's thrown out by Andy LaRoche, 1 out. So we'll see how often it's actually needed. Here comes the aforementioned DeRosa.
It tends to run in cycles. You may go for 2-3 weeks, a month or more without having a controversial home run call, and then you may get 2 or 3 of them in one series or one game. So it'll be interesting to see how often it is implemented as we move forward with instant replay.
Lou talked about the red hanky. Sounds like he wants one.
He just wants to throw something on the field and not get ejected.
No, there will be no red hanky involved unless he becomes an NFL coach. 2 balls, no strikes on DeRosa, who's already taken a career high 62 walks and has a .382 on base percentage. Duke's 2-0, hit foul, 2-1. The lights were on when we started, with fairly dark skies above. But again, temperature-wise, very comfortable. A bit breezy. And a fly ball to right center. This will be McLouth over. 2 down. Today's road telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in high definition by Sharp Aquas. Ronnie getting the start at second with DeRosa in right for Kosuke against the left-hander Duke. And a roller right to Sanchez. This will be a quick 1-2-3 for Zach Duke. 0-0 early on. We played an inning and a half.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Fuel efficiency, durability, safety. Of all the great things Nissan brings you, this is the most thrilling. The bottom line. Nissan's model year-end sales event. Get $1,500 cash back on the 33 MPG Sentra or $199 lease on the 32 MPG Altima. Event ends September 2nd. That's the bottom line. Nissan.
Menards is your headquarters for outdoor lumber. Right now, cedar decking and lumber is on sale. Cedar is naturally resistant to rot and decay, which makes it perfect for outdoor projects. Starting at $5.99 for an 8-foot 2x4. AC2 Micro Pro treated lumber is ideal for any construction. It has a lighter, more natural color. It's an environmentally preferable product with an Osmos lifetime limited warranty. On sale now, starting at $169.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
This Saturday is Discount Tire Day at Wrigley Field. Don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Phillies at 2:55. 9 lucky fans with their ticket stubs will win a free set of tires, compliments of Discount Tire Company, America's largest tire store since 1950. And it's Brandon Moss leading off for the Pirates. And 2 quick strikes on him. After him, Freddie Sanchez, and then Andy LaRoche. Lots of Cubby blue in the stands once again. Another sparse crowd. High fly ball deep to left center. This is slicing away from Johnson, and that ball is going to be caught by Soriano as he was able to get back over there and make the play.
A lot of side spin on that high fly ball. It started out just to the left of straightaway center and ended up all the way over in the gap in left center field. That wind pushing in from left center field caused that ball to slice all the way back to Alfonso Soriano.
Yeah, I had my eyes on Reed Johnson the whole time, and it ended up being caught by the left fielder. Brings up Sanchez. Ball one. Well, it's been the one bad inning. That's been the big problem for Jason Marquis. Got a no decision in his last start against the Nationals on Friday. Cubs lost that game 13-5. He had a 4-0 advantage before running into a major jam in the 6th. When he left, he had allowed 2 runs, and there were 2 runners in scoring position. Neil Kotz came in, and after walking pinch hitter Austin Kearns gave up the grand slam to Willie Harris. Lee will step on first unassisted. 2 down. Marquis actually didn't give up a hit in that ball game until there were 2 outs in the 4th, and didn't allow a run until that fateful 6th. Tough stretch here for Andy LaRoche. Strike 1.
I love some of the terminologies that players and hitting coaches will use when a guy is struggling. They were talking about Andy LaRoche having a disconnect between his lower body and his upper body. And you need everything to work in unison in order to get yourself into a good hitting position. He felt like his legs were a little bit too quick and his hands and upper body a little bit too slow. He feels like he's getting closer, even though the results haven't shown it.
It's kind of similar to the issue Kosuke was having with that lengthened stride. It was a deep drive to left, but he was out in front of it and he pulls it foul. And Charlie Manuel recently commented on Jimmy Rollins about being a little too slow on the fastball, a little too fast on the off-speed stuff. I think he sorted it out with 8 hits in his last 2 games. Swing and the miss, and the inning is over. Make it 0 for 25 for LaRoche. That's 5 straight sent down by Marquis. 0-0.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount with everyone.
You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more
The GM employee discount.
for everyone.
Take advantage of the discount and get the 2008 Chevy Malibu with better city fuel economy than Accord and Camry. That's right. Get this 2008 Chevy Malibu LS for around $19,000.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
If it's got a motor.
We've bought 2 vehicles already from Clint Motorworks and can't begin to say how great each experience was. The selection and service is terrific.
Did you say service? That's where I come in.
That's right. We not only buy our vehicles here, we service them here as well. From our Kia sedan to our top-of-the-line BMW. We trust Clint Motorworks with all of our maintenance and repair. These guys actually let us know what's going on before we spend our money.
Don't get the runaround somewhere else. To be the next truly satisfied sales and service customer, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motorworks.
If it's got a motor.
Find great deals on quality home improvement products at Menards. Gentry vinyl mailbox combos from Rubbermaid are on sale. They feature durable construction and won't rust, crack, or dent. In 3 colors, only $44.99 after rebate. Add beauty and protection to your yard with pre-assembled fence panels. This 4-foot high dog-eared fence is just $19.98. A 6-foot high $29.98, or step up to the heavy-duty fence with extra thick pickets for just $39.49.
Save big money at Menards.
Well, Henry Blanco putting together a fantastic offensive season in limited action. He's hit in 18 of 21 starts. And our Menards Big Lumbers stat, the #1 catcher with a career best 7 driven in last night. Also hit his 20th home run. That's a new Cubs rookie record for a catcher. I think there's a pretty good chance he's going to win Rookie of the Year.
There is some noise being made out there about possibly being an MVP candidate for all he's done for the ball club on both sides of the ball this year, as Henry lines out to Nate McLouth in center field.
They made a great point on the pregame show about how not only does Gio separate hitting and catching, but when he struggles at one, he seems to excel at the other, as opposed to both going down at the same time. You can always find a way to contribute, especially when you're behind the plate, as you did for many years.
I tried. Thought it was funny this morning when I got here to the ballpark, went in the coach's room to take a look at the advanced scouting reports, and Gerald Perry was relaying the story to Matt Sinatra that when he got to the ballpark early this morning, Jason Marquis was already here looking at videotape. When Gerald went to look over his shoulder, he was watching his hitting, looking at his own at-bats. Wasn't watching the opposing lineup and the guys he was going to face in the game. He was watching his own at-bats, trying to do a little bit more when he had an opportunity to get up there and hit.
Well, there's a lot of healthy competition when it comes to the pitchers and their offensive prowess. Another RBI hit for Carlos Zambrano last night, as Jason strikes out. Time now for the Coors Light freeze cam. You mentioned that error committed by Alfonso Soriano. At the time, it was a big one.
And no question, he just looked away before he put the ball away, looking back toward the infield to see what the runner was doing before he squeezed that easy fly ball off the bat of Adam LaRoche. And even though it was a ground ball early in the game today, a very similar circumstance, just looked off the ball too soon before he had it put away.
And that error eventually led to the go-ahead run, because LaRoche scored on the two-run triple by Minkiewicz. And Soriano today with both Cubs hits. He's 2 for 2. I'll tell you, the one thing you can count on, when he does make an error defensively, he usually comes right back and does something to help the team offensively. You're out hitting your mistakes.
A lot of topspin, really drives that top hand through the ball, gets under and over the baseball as he puts it into play. Looks like a hard curveball. Right after it gets over the infield, that ball just drops straight down to the grass in left field.
Snaps a string of 8 straight Cubs being retired by Duke, who is 4-12 on the year. All 4 of his wins have come at home. He's 0-5 on the road, 4-7 here. And this is his 5th start against the Cubs in 2008. 0-2 with a 5.91. 4-4 in his career with a solid 316 in 11 starts.
One of the interesting sidelines in this ball game for me today, obviously being a former catcher, it's going to be tough to run on the 2 catchers in the ball game today in limited play. Chavez behind the plate for the Pirates has thrown out 50% of the attempted base stealers. Now they've got Soriano picked off. That'll be an easy out at second base.
And it'll go 1-3-6 to get him. Still scoreless in Pittsburgh as we go to the bottom of the 3rd.
Southwest Airlines presents A Lesson on Low Fares.
Alrighty, let's see. Well, no big difference there. Guess it doesn't matter who I choose. Whoa, $25 second check bag fee. Well, that's kind of par for the $15 first check bag fee. What? Whoa. Well, $20 aisle seat fee. Oh, no. I'm not paying that.
At Southwest Airlines, what you see is what you pay. Book your next flight on southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Coors Light on tap. Because if you want an ice-cold draft, look no further than ice-cold frost-brewed Coors Light. It's aged cold, filtered cold, and stored cold. Brought to your bar and poured cold. So ask for a draft beer with a taste as cold as the Rockies, because refreshment isn't everything. It's the only thing. Frost brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer.
It's Toyota's National Clearance Event, the perfect time for amazing deals and selection. Come in now and get low 0% APR financing on the best-selling compact truck, the 2008 Tacoma. Or get the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, Tundra, with 0% financing for 60 months with $1,000 bonus cash. Or choose $5,000 customer cash. So don't miss this opportunity to save big at the Toyota National Clearance Event. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Friday, it's a battle between champions as the former NL Central champs, the Chicago Cubs, face the former NL East champs, the Philadelphia Phillies. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Cubs Phillies in HD, Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Catcher Chavez, then the pitcher Duke against Jason Marquis for the first time, and then back to the top in Niger Morgan. Maybe a bit of a hangover for these two offenses. After a huge night at the plate last night, they combined for 23 runs. And the starting pitchers have been sharp.
Yeah, that ball game last night was not one you want to put in a time capsule. At times shaky pitching from both ball clubs. 14 different pitchers used in the ball game. Some sloppy base running, some sloppy defense, but the bottom line is the Cubs put more points on the board than the Buccos. And Lou said he'd rather play an ugly game and win than play a perfect game and lose, and last night was an ugly game and a Cubs victory.
Tough to figure out Carlos Zambrano's struggles in August. Really scuffled in August last year.
Len, you and I were talking before the ball game today. It seems like we're at that point in the season when guys who eat up a lot of innings for their pitching staff start to show some signs of maybe that dead arm period that you hear guys talk about towards the end of spring training. Not necessarily an injury, not necessarily pain, but just not the same zip on the fastball, not the same crispness on the breaking balls. Saw Brandon Webb going for his 20th victory last night for the Diamondbacks. Got banged around by the Padres. Had very, very subpar stuff for Brandon Webb, and you could probably make the same case for Carlos Zambrano his last few starts.
Yeah, he admits his mechanics are a little off as Chavez singles into center. It's their second hit. Well, tonight, catch the latest edition of Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. David Kaplan, Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live tonight at 5:30 right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Dollar dogs today here at the ballpark as Duke lays down the bunt. They get the out at second as Chavez takes out the legs of Terrio on a clean play. What a strike fired by Henry Blanco.
When you have a strong throwing arm and quick feet like Henry Blanco does, you can take chances on force plays that you normally wouldn't take. As that play developed, I didn't think they had enough time to get the Pirates catcher at second base, but that strong throw right on the money to Ryan Terrio cuts down the lead runner, and now you have the pitcher running at first base.
And a sinker for a strike on Morgan. Cubs continue to reside in second in the National League behind the Dodgers in earned run average. They're second as Cedeno can't get it at 3.78 to go along with the league's top offense. First time the Pirates have had two on. Here comes Wilson for the second time.
The hard ground ball to that right side. Ronnie Cedeno cheating up the middle just a little bit in anticipation of a possible double play ball. Couldn't range far enough to his left to knock that one down.
The pitch to Wilson moves his hands, ball one. The single in the first inning. Oh, that's a wonderful shot. It was Wilson's 574th career hit in this ballpark, most all time here at PNC. Fly ball to center. Johnson's going back a few steps. Duke way off of second base, but he's able to get back.
That shot of the Pirate reminds me of the old saying, you can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose. But the Cubs were going to have an opportunity to double off Zach Duke at second base. He must have thought that there were 2 outs in the inning. When that ball was put into play, he dropped his head and was running hard toward third base. Tony Beasley, the Pirates' third base coach, apparently got his attention because he slammed to get back ahead of Reed Johnson's throw.
Well, they've done a good job against McLouth. Always dangerous. He's 1 for 9 in the series. An all-star this year. He has not made an error in center.
Here you'll see Zach Duke, the Pirates pitcher. Wait a minute, that's only 2 outs.
Marquis 1-1 pitch, popped up. And it'll be Ryan Theriot for the final out. 2 singles, no runs, 2 left. Scoreless through 3.
Seems like you need to be a physics professor to choose the right TV. Luckily, I am one. Your choice is the brand behind the first LCD display in a calculator. The dreamers who evolved the LCD into a 3-inch TV. The designers who first hung an LCD TV on a wall. The pioneers who gave America full HD 1080p in an LCD TV. The creators of the world's largest LCD display. Or choose all of the above. Sharp.
Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
He's back and he's knocking. And Schaumburg Honda Automobiles is ready. The 2008 Honda model year-end clearance.
More than 2,000 Hondas available, including more than 332 MPG Accords with 1.98 PR.
Bob Rohrman. It's clearance time, and you owe it to yourself. Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer is Bob Rohrman, Schaumburg Honda Automobiles. Just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Edison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Edison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
Wednesday on Chicago Trivia Live, we'll break down the Cubs-Pirates matchup in the Steel City and preview the Sox-Orioles showdown in Baltimore. Plus, we'll get ready for Thursday's Bears preseason game. All that and more Wednesday at 5:30.
Back here at Pittsburgh, no score. Our Aflac trivia question today: who holds the single-season home run record for the Pittsburgh Pirates? A lot of names jump to mind immediately. And since they jump into my mind, there's a pretty good chance that none of them are right.
We'll get the answer coming up in the bottom of the inning. Well, they've only been around since 1890. Theriot leading off, and he hits it foul off to the right. I don't think they had the parrot shooting hot dogs into the stands back in 1890. A relatively new phenomenon.
I'm really disappointed he didn't attempt to shoot one up here to the press box. Normally he takes one shot at us every day. He tried the first game of the series and actually shot it right over the roof of the stadium. So we know we're within range.
Pulled fair into the corner for Theriot. It's going to rattle around as Moss picks it up. That's a leadoff double.
Good start to the inning for the Cubs. Ryan Theriot picking on a fastball up over the inside part of the plate. Beats that exaggerated shift that the Pirates have been using on Ryan Theriot, playing him like a left-handed pull hitter. Turned one around down into the corner for a double.
Well, they mentioned Duke has faced the Cubs a lot in his career. Theriot's now 8 for 23 against him. Lee is 10 for 33. As he bats here with a runner at second, nobody out in the fourth inning. Derek had an RBI chance in the first inning, runner at third, one out, but he grounded out to the shortstop Wilson, who was playing in, and that kept Soriano at third base. There's a pitch pulled right to the third baseman LaRoche. He throws to LaRoche. Andy over to Adam. Good pick by Adam. Tomorrow at 7:05, the Cubs host the Phillies at Wrigley Field. The first 20,000 fans will receive a scratch and win card. 100 random winners will get a majestic Derek Lee 2008 home jersey, compliments of United. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. Maybe that was a Phillies scout checking in on the Cubs and Pirates today.
His disguise isn't working very well.
Tough start for Derek at the plate. Unable to move that runner to third. Well, he was trying to drive him in from second. He ended up grounding out. And it's 1-0 on Aramis. Here's a pitch. 1-1.
Big slow breaking ball that time from Zach Duke. We haven't talked about his stuff so far in this ball game, but he'll throw a couple of different fastballs. One that he'll tail away and down from a right-handed hitter. He'll throw an occasional cut fastball in on their hands, that big loopy breaking ball, and also features a straight changeup to the right-handed hitters.
He's from Clifton, Texas. Was a 20th round pick back in 2001. 1-2. He was a minor league pitcher of the year in 2004. He led the minors that season with a 1.46 earned run average. A little bit off the outside corner. The following year, 2005, he was the International League most valuable pitcher in only 16 starts. Got called up on July 1st and was phenomenal. In 14 big league starts that year, 8-2 with a 1.81. Now Sanchez in behind Theriot. Here comes a pitch. It's outside again. 3-2.
And normally when you see that second baseman break over there on a pickoff attempt at second base, the pitcher usually will step off the mound if he doesn't turn and throw to second base. And you step off the mound in order to give your second baseman an opportunity to get back into a good defensive position. That time Duke just held the ball for an extra tick, let Sanchez back up a couple steps, and went ahead and delivered. Boy, if Duke leaves one of those breaking balls up over the plate even a little bit, that is right in Ramirez's wheelhouse. He loves that ball down, and he really handles off-speed pitches well.
He's hit .333 in his career against Zach Duke, with 6 doubles and a home run. As he gets set for another 3-2 pitch. That went through the legs of Terrio, and they're going to get him. He kind of jumped over the ground ball. Ramirez ends up with a fielder's choice. Two down.
And not a good decision once again by Ryan Terrio. You have to be sure you can make it to third base. Especially once he has to hopscotch over that baseball. That slows him down about a step on his journey over there to third base and turns into an easy out. I mean, that ball is maybe 1 or 2 steps to Jack Wilson's left. And with his quickness and throwing arm, you're not going to advance on that ball very often.
Johnson waves at strike 1. So the Cubs have had a runner picked off as Soriano took off for second as Duke threw over in the 3rd inning. And now Ryan Terrio thrown out trying to advance to third on a ground ball to short. Fastball at 88 is a strike. Hasn't gone well for the starting pitchers for the Pirates so far in this series. Jeff Karstens gave up 5 runs in just 3 innings on Monday night. Last night Ian Snell went just 4 innings. He gave up 5 runs on 5 hits. Could not hold an early 3-0 lead. As we said, the Pirates are getting younger. They have really struggled here in August, particularly after making those trades, sending Xavier Nady, Damaso Marte to the Yankees, Jason Bay to the Red Sox. Popped up by Johnson. Disappointing ending to this inning after the leadoff double by Ryan Terrio. We're still scoreless after 3.5.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount with everyone. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Take advantage of the discount and get the 2008 Chevy Silverado with better available V8 fuel economy than Tundra and F-150. That's right. Get this 2008 Silverado half-ton for around $20,500 after all offers.
Get on the fast track to your dreams with AT&T Advanced TV, which offers a wide selection of programming and more HD channels than cable. AT&T Uverse TV lets you record up to 4 shows at once on one DVR, unlike cable, up to 120 hours of programming. You can even get up to $100 cash back on qualifying combined TV and internet plans, or double your cash back and get up to $200 when you order online.
Are you working on your research?
Of course. AT&T is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team.
Time to answer today's Aflac trivia question. Great question. Who holds a single season home run mark for the Pirates franchise? It's not Willie Stargell, believe it or not. Ralph Kiner hit 54 home runs back in 1949. Swing and a miss by Adam LaRoche, who has hit in 5 straight as we're underway here in the last of the 4th. That's in there as well. 0-2. Ralph Kiner went into the Hall of Fame in 1975. Played with the Cubs, part of 53, and then in 1954. Boy, what a stretch he had for home runs. 51 and 47 for the Pirates. Hit 40 in 1948. The 54 we just mentioned the following season. 47 in 1950, 42 in 1951, 37 and 52, and then combined for 35 with the Pirates and the Cubs in 1953. 369 homers in just 10 seasons. Blanco slides toward the outside part of the plate, and it's wide, ball 3. Full count with Brandon Moss on deck. 24th start of the year for Jason. He's 8-7 with a 4.76. Seeking his 77th major league win. Pounded on the ground. This will be Cedeno with Derek covering first. Marquis got over there just in case. 1 out. That was at Tweener.
Well, much easier play for Ronnie Cedeno going to his left. If Derek Lee fields that ball moving to his right, he's going to have to throw back across the body to Jason Marquis covering the bag. So anytime that second baseman can get over there and cut off that ground ball, it makes for a much easier play.
Breaking ball strike. Moss flied to left his first time. The conditions really haven't changed at all. We're still dry, but the skies have been a little bit threatening pretty much throughout.
Always love it on days like this. You get so many conflicting reports. We got here to the ballpark, and some of the people you talked to were amazed it wasn't raining already given the radar. Yeah, we heard reports of 2:30, possibly some rain in the area, 4:30 later this evening. Yeah, it stays like this, no problems.
Another ground ball, and Cedeno charges to get the out. Here comes Freddie Sanchez. Our third and final trip here to Pittsburgh in 2008. I'm sure we'll be back here early in 2009. That was a little bit earlier. Looks like rain's on the way to me. Looks a little bit better now.
You know, one of the trendy terms for the Cubs pitching staff this year, I think Ryan Dempster was the first one to use it. It was inning management. If you look at inning management against the opposing lineup, this is a big out right here. If you can retire Freddie Sanchez to end this bottom half of the 4th inning, you'll have Andy LaRoche, who, as we've documented throughout this series, has really been struggling lately. They like to get the 3rd out right here and ideally start the bottom half of the 5th with an out of Andy LaRoche.
Pulled foul. Sanchez, a 2-time All-Star. In 2006, Tony Conigliaro Award winner. He overcame some foot problems as a child. Was told at one point he might not be able to walk. In 06, he won the National League batting title. DeRosa lays out, can't get it. It gets by him. Sanchez will probably end up at third. Cedeno throws, and it's a triple for Sanchez. So DeRosa took a bit of a chance, couldn't get it. The good news is there are 2 outs, so that maybe an extra base isn't the end of the world with LaRoche coming up.
A nice effort by Mark DeRosa out there in right field. That same wind that we've been talking about throughout the early part of this ball game appeared to really knock that one down and push it further away from the Cubs right fielder, just off the tips of the fingers of his outstretched glove.
Well, we can ask Mark after the ball game, but if there's a runner on in that spot, he probably plays that ball completely differently, knowing that if it gets by him, it definitely costs him a run. So now it's up to Marquis to help him out and get LaRoche get out of this inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's a pitch. That's low, 2-0. Infield back with 2 outs. Fastball strike, 2-1. Now the kick and the pitch. This will be Johnson, no problem at center, and that's the inning. 2-out triple by Sanchez, but the Pirates still haven't scored. Neither team has scored as the Cubs are coming back on offense in the 5th.
So I can pick any 5 of those items for just $5.95.
Yes, sir. They're all classics.
What about an Arby's Melt soft drink, mozzarella sticks, curly fries, and a Jamocha shake?
$5.95.
What about fries, an Arby's Melt, mozzarella sticks, a turnover, and a Jamocha shake?
$5.95.
What about 3 Arby's Melts, 1 mozzarella sticks?
And a Jamocha shake?
No, thank you. I'll have 5 curly fries.
The Arby's Pick 5 for $5.95 deal. So amazing, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
The Mediacom High School Game of the Week is sponsored by S.J. Smith Company, ORA, J&J Camper, Electric Doctor, Toyota, Harris Pizza, the Quad City Flames, Colorworks, Mid-American Energy, B100, and Mediacom. Watch the Mediacom Metro Game of the Week 3 times a week on Mediacom Connections Channel 22.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
Final voting for the Baby Ruth Ultimate 7th Inning Stretch Competition is going on now. Visit Cubs.com and help determine who you think should sing the 7th inning stretch at the Cubs game this coming Monday. Only 10 finalists left. We need your help. Don't forget. Visit Cubs.com. Vote for who you think deserves the title of Ultimate Cubs Fan. The voting will go through late Friday afternoon. So it ends Friday at 5 o'clock Central Time. And we look forward to Monday when the winner will be announced. And that winner will conduct the 7th inning stretch. They have to deal with us in the booth. But it'll be a lot of fun. Can you believe Monday is Labor Day?
That's another one of those baseball season holidays that most players don't observe. No holidays, no birthdays, no anniversaries during the season.
Here's a 3-1 pitch. We got a nice email from George Teets and the Teets family. Unfortunately, they passed along bad news as DeRosa lines into center just off the glove of Sanchez and continues his hit streak. It's now at 9. Evelyn Teets passed away early this month. And we wanted to pass along our condolences to the Teets family. She was a huge Cubs fan. Her favorite of the current Cubs was Mark DeRosa. And they played Go Cubs Go at her wake. DeRosa on his tummy as he gets back in. No problem. Leadoff single here in the 5th inning. Cubs looking for the first run today. Zach Duke, we have chronicled his struggles, but he has pitched well so far today. He sees catcher Chavez telling him to shake off the first sign.
Well, I think an interesting thing for fans that come out to the ballpark sometime. Obviously, you want to watch the action at home plate. You want to watch the hitters, but if you get a chance, keep an eye on the third base coach. Mike Quade will position himself differently depending on where the base runners are. Now, right now, Mark DeRosa on at first base. Should Ronnie Cedeno get a ball through into the outfield, Mike Quade wants to put himself in a position where it's easy for Mark DeRosa to pick him up as he rounds second base. So Mike moves way to the outfield side of that third base coach's box to put himself in line with Mark DeRosa where he can be picked up quickly. Now, if DeRosa ends up on second base at some point in this inning, you'll see Mike Quade move to the far home plate side of that third base coach's box so he can bring the runner around third base and make that split-second decision whether to hold him or send him on home. What's really interesting is when you get runners at first and second. You'll see that third base coach start from the home plate side. If there's a base hit and the runner from second base is going to score easily, he will sprint to the outfield side of the coach's box to put himself in line with the runner at first base. You don't just stand in the box there and wave runners home. You have to work a little bit to put yourself in a good position for your runners.
The next one on the way, fouled back. Still 1-2. Wind continues to blow in from left center. And Cedeno strikes out. Just the second strikeout for Duke, but he hasn't walked anybody. As Henry Blanco will walk up to the plate. DeRosa's at first, 1 out. Ball 1. After this homestand, which includes a weekend series against the Brewers, the Pirates have only one more stay here at home. It's a 10-game homestand in mid-September. The Cubs head home for a 7-gamer coming up against the Phillies And the Astros, after that one, they have just one more homestand also in mid-September. That'll be just 6 games, and they'll be big ones against the Brewers and the Cardinals. Everything else will be on the road in September. A 10-day, 9-game trip to Cincinnati, St. Louis, and Houston. And then the much talked about final week 4 at Shea Stadium against the Mets, and then the final 3 games in Milwaukee. Hopefully those games won't mean a whole lot to the Cubs. They'll already have clinched. But even if they do, those games will probably have a lot of meaning for the opponents. It'll be the last regular season series for the Cubs at Shea Stadium, pending a possible matchup in the playoffs. They'll open their new ballpark next year.
Well, I know our buddy Ron Santo is really going to miss Shea Stadium.
Hit foul. Well, if the Cubs are able to close in on a division title, you'd love for them to clinch at home, but I think the next best spot would be Shea Stadium. I don't have to tell you why, as Henry pops this one up, and another souvenir. His Cubs jacket on today.
Well, one thing is for sure. Excuse me, at Shea Stadium, that visitors clubhouse, the smell of stale champagne won't harm the aroma that's already there.
That's
Let's
true.
just put it that way.
And as capper to its existence as Henry strikes out. So Duke has fanned both Cedeno and Blanco and has a chance now facing the pitcher to get out of it.
He's gone to that breaking ball into 2 strike counts. We saw him pound away at Aramis Ramirez. He got Ronnie Cedeno to chase one, and now gets Henry Blanco to chase a bad breaking ball for strike 3.
That caught the outside corner. Marquis, like Rich Harden and Randy Johnson, Carlos Zambrano, and he bats left-handed. Those guys who pitch from one side bat from the other. That'll be a base hit. That protection on the elbow as Morgan throws toward third. It'll be cut off by Wilson. They're at the corners for Soriano, who's already 2 for 2. Let's see, a video work paid off for Jason.
Had to extend his swing right there. Got fooled a little bit by that pitch from Zach Duke, but able to extend his swing, get out there and get around that ball. Kind of an abbreviated follow through, but a good result. And Mark DeRosa challenging the arm of Nyjer Morgan out there in right field. A relatively routine ball to medium depth right, and DeRosa advances first to third easily.
Well, it's good inning management by the offense, giving the leadoff man a chance with runners on base, as opposed to Soriano having to lead off the 6th. He's driven in 62 on the year. Chavez tried to throw that ball back to the pitcher, and the home plate umpire Tim Cheetah wouldn't let him do it. Said, nope, give me that ball. It was in the dirt. We're going to toss it out.
Another wind up for a pickoff attempt by the Pirates catcher. He's got a couple of pickoffs already this year in limited playing time, and it's pretty apparent he's not afraid to throw to the bases. Jason Marquis read it well, hustled back to the bag.
Get me over curve on a 2-0 for a strike. This is the only game in town, so to speak. Everything else will be later. There are A couple of other matinees. Arizona's at San Diego. Minnesota's at Seattle. And then a bunch of night games. High drive by Soriano, sending Moss back. And he makes a catch. An awkward basket catch right at the edge of the warning track as the wind kind of knocked that ball down. We're still scoreless through 4.5.
I'm feeling fine whenever you shine. Give me a light.
They say the sun shines a little brighter in Florida. See why. Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State for just $89 or $99 one way. Go to southwest.com/Florida to book your trip today.
You are now free to move about the country.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
For 100 years, we've been moving America.
Standing behind our quality.
With the GM 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Plus roadside assistance and courtesy transportation. The best coverage you can find. In celebration of our 100th anniversary.
We're sharing our GM employee discount. You pay what we pay. The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Get a Sierra 1500 extended cab starting at $20,488. See your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Time now for a Buick Pontiac GMC Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Stick around after the final out. Dan Plesac will join me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. And we have more baseball later tonight when the White Sox take on the Orioles at 6 o'clock right here on Comcast Sportsnet in high def. Right now, let's go back out to the ballpark and rejoin Len and Bob.
Look, you have to give credit to the two starting pitchers. We played 4.5, no runs. Is there any sort of carryover effect from last night? We played almost 4 hours.
You'd like to think there's no carryover effect, but you know, the ball players are human, and physically it's a tough thing to play a long, involved ball game like last night, get very little sleep, and come back and try to do it again today. But I prefer to give the credit, as you did, to the starting pitchers. They've both been pretty good in the early going today. Especially Zach Duke being able to pitch around a couple of leadoff doubles and a leadoff single there in that 5th inning.
It's a catcher, Chavez. 1-1. He is 5 for his last 6. Foul pop out of play. He's been around. He's been with the Expos, the Mariners, the Astros, the Orioles. And now with the Pirates, signed with Houston way back in 1990. 35 years old. From Valencia, Venezuela. Terrio can't get it, and the backup catcher is 2 for 2.
Chavez is your prototypical backup catcher. He'll provide you some offense from time to time, but his primary strength to any ball club is his ability to catch and throw out base runners. That's what most teams look for in their backup catcher. You would expect Zach Duke to be putting down a sac bunt in this situation, and with the slow-footed Chavez on first base, a possibility of getting that lead runner.
For the second time, as Duke laid down a bunt the last time around, when Chavez led off the 3rd inning with a base hit, and Henry Blanco threw to second to force him there. Lee will pick up this baseball, and he'll get it to Ronnie, covering first. So Duke is 1 for 2 laying down sac bunts.
Perfectly executed that time. I don't know if you could hear the sound of ball hitting bat, but it was very apparent he got it off the barrel of the bat. When you're swinging, you want to hit the ball off the barrel. When you're bunting, you want to hit it out toward the end of the bat so you can deaden that ball. Just takes a couple of hops and rolls harmlessly out on the grass. Derek Lee only has one play to first base.
Morgan flailed at a pitch. He's way off the plate. A quick check on the standings around baseball. Tampa Bay leading the Red Sox by 3.5 in the American League East. Boston's picked up a couple of games here recently. They've won their last 2 while the Rays have lost 2 straight. The White Sox have taken 3 in a row. The Twins on their long trip have dropped 4 straight, so the White Sox lead the Central by 2. The one division that's pretty much over, the American League West, as the Angels lead the Rangers by 16. Phillies just jumped into first in the National League East, a half game up on the Mets. They'll play again tonight before the Phillies head to the north side of Chicago for the weekend. Cubs up 5 on Milwaukee in this division, and Arizona almost by default continuing to lead the National League West by 3. They've lost 3 in a row, but the Dodgers have dropped 5 straight, and watch out for the Rockies. They've won their last 4. They're only 6 out. They're not out of it, even though they're 8 games under 500. Boston leading the wild card in the American League by 2.5 over Minnesota, and Milwaukee a 4.5 game lead. And the NL wild card is the Mets and the Cardinals are both tied for second. So you're up to date. We were talking about the Rockies the other night. They surged at the end of the year last year to grab the wild card and stayed hot in the National League playoffs, got all the way to the World Series. Morgan stays alive.
Congratulations to Chipper Jones on Tuesday night. He played the 2,000th game of his major league career. The 213th player to reach that milestone, but the only one to do it all playing for one manager, Bobby Cox.
He leads Albert Pujols by 1 percentage point in the National League batting race. Chipper at 357, Pujols 356. In mid-June, Chipper was at 400. Another 1-2 on the way. Another foul.
About Chris Coast last night for the Philadelphia Phillies. Not only did he get the game-winning hit, he didn't even get into the ball game until the 8th inning and still went 4 for 4.
Eric Bruntlett tied it in the 9th as the Phillies erased a 7-0 deficit. Morgan went around. That's a strikeout. So Marquis wins the long battle.
He had Nyjer Morgan in swing mode. Morgan was just swinging at everything, just trying to get a piece, stay alive in the at-bat, and hope that Jason Marquis made a mistake. But instead of making the mistake, he made the perfect pitch. Off-speed pitch down in the dirt, got the check swing for strike 3.
That's his 3rd strikeout, and like Duke, he hasn't walked anybody. So both pitchers throwing strikes today. 1-0 on Wilson. Marquis has a sign from his battery mate. Here's a 1-0 pitch inside. Marquis would like to get Wilson and not have to deal with McLeod with runners on base. Sharply hit right at Ryan Theriot, who, by the way, will lead things off in the 6th. We are in a scoreless tie from PNC Park.
What your engine feels, you feel. And when it's running clean, you feel it. That's why Pennzoil Motor Oil is specially formulated with active cleansing agents to clean out up to 15% of sludge in the first oil change. And a cleaner engine just feels better. So change with Pennzoil and feel the clean. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Fuel efficiency, durability, safety. Of all the great things Nissan brings you, this is the most thrilling. The Bottom Line. Nissan's model year-end sales event. Get $1,500 cash back on the 33 MPG Sentra or $199 lease on the 32 MPG Altima. Event ends September 2nd. That's the Bottom Line. Nissan.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can insure. Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tonight, Paul Konerko leads the way for the Southsiders as they take on Melvin Mora and the Orioles in Baltimore. Don't miss the Sox and the O's in HD tonight at 6, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. The Duchess heading down the Allegheny River. As Ryan Theriot leads off the 6th inning. He pushes a bunt foul. 2 quick strikes. I have the pitching matchups for the weekend against the Phillies. Theriot swings and misses. Cole Hamels and Ryan Dempster tomorrow night. How about that one? Righties Joe Blanton and Rich Harden, former members of the same rotation in Oakland. That'll be on Friday, and we'll have it for you right here on Comcast Sportsnet. That's tomorrow's probables as Dempster goes for his 16th win. Late in the afternoon Saturday, Brett Myers and Ted Lilly. Myers has been really good lately. Ted will go for his 14th victory, and then Jamie Moyer and Carlos Zambrano on Sunday. Another look at the start times coming up. The Feldco Cubs upcoming schedule. Note the start time on Saturday because of national TV, 2:55 for the first pitch. And when the Astros come here, Carlos Lee will not be on the active roster. He's on the disabled list.
Well, if I heard correctly in that ball game in Philadelphia last night that ended up going 13 innings, Cole Hamels had gone down to the Phillies bullpen if they needed any more pitchers later in that ball game. That would change the rotation for the Cubs series, but they didn't need to use him, so he will take his start as scheduled.
And again, looking ahead to Houston, Carlos Lee has a fractured finger and is on the 15-day DL. That's a break for the Cubs, not having to face him.
We have the Duchess going one way and the Princess coming back the other way.
The 3-2 to Lee. Nice play by Sanchez. That skipped off the mound. Two down.
Yeah, probably slowed that ball down enough that it didn't get through into center field. Hit the front slope of the mound, slowed it down just enough to give Sanchez an opportunity to get over there, even change the direction of that ball. And Sanchez turns it into an easy play at first.
So Lee is 0 for 3. Here's Ramirez. Little tapper. And Duke's going to take it by himself. Really no choice, as LaRoche was going after that ball as well. So it's one unassisted. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. The starters have dominated early on today.
The event is now on. But it won't last forever. The Lexus Summer Sales Event, where you'll find the best values of the year now through September 2nd. Lease the 2008 ES350 for $399 a month for 36 months for $34.99 due at signing.
Friday, it's a battle between champions as the former NL Central champs, the Chicago Cubs, face the former NL East champs, the Philadelphia Phillies. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Cubs Phillies in HD, Friday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
Have you seen the selection of trailers at the Trailer Depot in Clinton? The area's best kept secret, and the best prices on trailers are at the Trailer Depot. Buy new, buy used, or rent. Trailer Depot has any trailer you need. We even make repairs, sell parts, and get your vehicle ready to tow. Knowing what you're towing keeps us growing at Trailer Depot. Behind you on the road and ahead of the competition. 7th Avenue South in Clinton.
Nate McLouth against Jason Marquis. McLouth, Adam LaRoche, Brandon Moss. Back-to-back-to-back lefties. Deep breath by Marquis. That one's clubbed deep by McLouth as Johnson's back at the warning track. He's going to catch it. Ball maybe popped out of his mitt briefly. But he squeezes a first out. McLouth really gave it a ride. He hasn't hit a home run in about a month. July 28th. See what that ball did.
And the wind pushing it further away, hitting the heel of the glove, rolled all the way up to the fingertips, but Reed able to close the glove around it and retire Nate McLouth. Yeah, it's been 21 games since McLouth's last home run.
Called strike to LaRoche. That's low on a breaking ball, 1-1. You'd have to think both managers are pretty happy so far with the innings their starters have given them, let alone quality innings without a run having been scored. But the bullpens were busy last night. This will be Johnson going the other way. Soriano over there as well. Reed calling for it. 2 away. Moss trying to keep the inning alive for the Pirates. Just looking back at Pirates history, which goes back to the 1880s. They began as the Alleghenies and competed in the American Association. They did join the National League in 1887. I said 1890. They became the Pirates in 1891 and won 5 world championships, the last of which was in 1979. They haven't been to the postseason since 1992. That was their last winning campaign. Moss pulls a ground ball to Cedeno, goes down to a knee. He's up with it, and they go down in order in the 6th. We're off to the 7th. Cubs going for the sweep, looking for the first run today. 0-0.
Every week, Bears Blitz is the show for you, the die-hard Bears fan. Wednesdays, it's all about the offense, as Lovie Smith, Kyle Orton, and Ron Turner address the media. Thursdays, the defense has the mic as Lovie Smith, Bob Babich, and Brian Urlacher talk X's and O's. Plus, Dan Jiggets tells you this week's keys to the game, and William Jackson has exclusive interviews from Hallis Hall. Bears Blitz returns September 10th at 4:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like you never have before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and check out the press box, locker room, dugouts, and much more. Tours are available on select dates and can be purchased by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
Seriously, mornings just go better when you grab some breakfast.
Whatever.
Ow.
Start your day off right with any 2 McMuffin sandwiches for just $3. Now at McDonald's.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount
with everyone. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Take advantage of the discount and get the 2008 Chevy Malibu with better city fuel economy than Accord and Camry. That's right. Get this 2008 Chevy Malibu LS for around $19,000.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Coming up Friday, don't miss a big doubleheader here on Comcast Sportsnet. At 12:30, Alfonso Soriano and the Cubs will take on Ryan Howard in a Fightin' Phils at Wrigley Field. Then at 6, Carlos Quentin and the White Sox square off with the Red Sox in Boston. Don't miss the big doubleheader, Wrigley and Fenway, beginning Friday at 12:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Well, the Cubs with 26 runs in the first 2 games of this series. They have been shut out by Zach Duke through 6 innings, but the Pirates have been blanked by Jason Marquis. And it's Reed Johnson starting the 7th. He came in 5 for 10 against Duke, but he's 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Jeff Samardzija is up in the Cubs pen.
I'm sure that's with an eye toward that 9 spot. Jason Marquis is due up 5th in this inning. Should the Cubs be in a position to possibly push across some runs, I'm sure Lou would take him down for a hitter in this situation.
Bunted toward third. It's a beauty. He could not have laid it down more perfectly. Bunt single for Reed Johnson.
You called it just perfect execution, bunting a high pitch, still able to get on top of it, drop it down that third base line. Andy LaRoche had retreated way behind the bag at third base. You know, some of those guys like Reed Johnson and like Ryan Theriot will take a peek down to that third baseman before the pitch is delivered just to see if that guy has backed up into a deeper position. And that time, Reed caught LaRoche playing way back.
Well, DeRosa extending his hit streak to 9 with a single in the 5th. He would end up stranded at third base. And he pulls one to left. We'll see if Johnson can get to third. He will. DeRosa on his way to second with a double. So they have 2 in scoring position for Ronnie Cedeno. Best chance of the day for either team.
Wasn't hit particularly hard, but hit in a good location. That ball got in on Mark DeRosa just a little bit, hit it near the trademark. Yeah, Johnson really got a good jump off first base. He was going to easily advance to third. I was kind of surprised to see Brandon Moss come up throwing to third base rather than throwing to second to try to hold DeRosa to a single.
Well, we'll see how the Pirates play it here. You have the cornermen in. They are back up the middle. Here we go. Ball 1. Cubs have had the leadoff man on base 4 times. This is by far their best chance. Second and third, no outs. The kick and the pitch. Johnson hustling toward the plate. Throw goes to first. They get the out there with DeRosa also advancing. So Andy LaRoche gets an out, but Ronnie Cedeno puts the Cubs on top 1-0.
A good aggressive read by Reed Johnson down there at third base. He was off on contact. Saw Cedeno looking over his shoulder to see what happened behind him. In the meantime, Andy LaRoche makes a pretty nice play to get the out at first base, but the Cubs finally take a lead in the ballgame.
Now everybody in with Blanco at the plate. The pitcher Marquis on deck. Squeeze play. Popped up on a bunt, but it gets down and it's fair. Blanco thrown out at first, but he is able to execute the suicide squeeze. It's 2-0. He gets a sacrifice on it.
It looked to me like DeRosa may have broken a little bit too soon on that squeeze play. That pitch was just a couple of inches off the ground, and Henry somehow manages to pop the ball up. It looked like that was going to be a double play. But fortunately for the Cubs, it fell where Zach Duke nor Chavez could get to it. Pushing across the second run of the game. You can get away with leaving a little bit early on a squeeze play as the runner at third base against a left-handed pitcher because his back is turned to you. Yeah, usually you're taught as a runner to wait until that pitcher makes his stride toward home plate because it's considered to be too late then to alter his pitch to the plate. That time DeRosa got a very early start, but the Pirates didn't pick it up, and Henry was able to execute the squeeze bunt.
Well, just get it down. He did. Popped it up, but it landed on the grass and stayed fair.
Yeah, Chavez sees him coming. He calls for the pitch up and in. That's usually what you try to do to battle against this possible suicide squeeze attempt, is throw a pitch up in the zone and hope the batter bunts it in the air.
So the Cubs got 3 breaks. The pitch was down instead of up. The ball wasn't caught, and it was fair.
just like you draw it up.
2-2 on Marquis, who now is working with a 2-run lead. The 100th pitch of the day for Duke, a called third strike. But the bottom of the order gets it done, as it has all season long. 2-0 as we'll stretch in Pittsburgh.
It's Toyota's National Clearance Event, the perfect time for amazing deals and selection. Right now, lease the best-selling car in America, the 31-mile-per-gallon rated Camry LE, for just $199 a month, or get $500 cash back. Or get a new 2008 Sienna with 0% financing for 60 months or $1,800 cash back. Great deals on great vehicles. So don't miss this opportunity to save big at the Toyota National Clearance Event. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Did Dad ever talk to you about what he wanted from the club?
A brotherhood.
Wednesday, September 3rd.
Nothing happens in Charming we don't control or get a piece of.
Devil wants in. He'll get in.
An FX original series. They stole our M4s.
Now, I don't care if we gotta grease or kill. I want those guns back.
Sons of Anarchy premieres Wednesday, September 3rd at 10, only on FX.
The Lincoln launch event ends in 4.
You got it. 2. We see the 1 now. You got it.
Just announced. Now get Lincoln MKX with 0% financing for 72 months until September 2nd during the Lincoln launch.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Lou Pinilla's favorite spot to hang after a game is Harry Carey's Tavern at the corner of Sheffield and Addison. Go where Lou goes for Wrigleyville's best salads, pizzas, and burgers. Call 773-HOLY-COW or visit harrycareys.com for reservations.
Cub fans excited as they got a couple of runs in the top of this inning, supporting Jason Marquis, who has shut out the Pirates through 6 on just 5 hits and just 89 pitches, so the pitch count's still in pretty good shape. Like to get him through one more inning, but any sort of trouble, and you know the bullpen will be ready as Terrio throws out Sanchez. One out, and it brings up Andy LaRoche. We've talked about Marquis in terms of the postseason. In all 8 of his major league campaigns, his teams have made the playoffs. Braves, the Cardinals, and now the Cubs. 2 down. However, the last 2 postseasons, Jason has not participated. As the 5th starter right now, there's no guarantee that he'll make that postseason roster this year, but there's still time. One ball, no strikes on Chavez, who's 2 for 2. Marquis was on the Division Series roster last season, but did not pitch. Bouncer right to Cedeno. Nice job by Marquis. Very quickly gets through the 7th inning. All 3 outs were ground balls. And we'll head to the 8th. Cubs 2, Pirates nothing.
Thanks, folks. I gotta get going. Cindy, keep my plane ready a little later. We're not finished yet. Cindy, I got stuck on a client call. Cindy, something else just came up.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Cindy.
Your plane is ready.
Thanks, Cindy. You're the best.
With 14 daily one-stop or connecting flights, you'll feel like you have your own company plane. You can count on Southwest Airlines to get you there on time with friendly customer service.
You are now free to move about the country.
We've come to this island, and you'll never believe what we found. The internet. Seems it can't hide here either. Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card. You're connected at up to 3G speeds. Email business proposals, access your customer database, all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I've just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
The event is now on, but it won't last forever. The Lexus Summer Sales Event, where you'll find the best values of the year now through September 2nd. Lease the 2008 IS250 all-wheel drive for $389 a month for 24 months with $34.89 due at sign.
As we look in on the Sharp Aqua's game-changing play, Reed Johnson has changed a few games for the Cubs, a bunt single. And then he would score the first run on the ground out by Ronnie Cedeno.
Little small ball for the Cubs today to score their 2 runs.
Both starters still in there as we begin the 8th. Top of the order now for the Cubs, beginning with Soriano against Zach Duke, who's thrown 100 pitches, 68 for strikes. We have not seen a walk for either team. "14 walks combined last night. Two strikes.
It really speaks to how good the starting pitchers have been in this game. Jason Marquis with a 5-hit shutout at this point, and Lou Piniella electing to go with the suicide squeeze bunt to push across the second run of this game. The Cubs just not doing much offensively against Zach Duke, throwing one of his better games of the year.
Duke rocks and fires in on the hands, fouled off. Well, he was in the right position at the right time. The ball dropped near an empty seat. He came over 10-15 feet, picked it up. Jesse Chavez up for the Pirates. Might make his big league debut today. Soriano chased, and he strikes out. The Cubs Wives Food Drive presented by Myers is Saturday. Don't forget to bring non-perishable food items with you to the game against the Phillies. Fans who make a donation of 10 eligible items or $20 will receive a Cubs autographed photo. Limit 2 per person while supplies last. All the proceeds will benefit Lakeview Pantry, as that's gobbled up by Duke as he gets Terrio.
First baseman Derek Lee.
Well, it's not raining and it's not that cold, but she's ready just in case.
In the case of either scenario, she is prepared. The 1-0 pitch from Duke to Lee is inside. 2-0. This is the longest outing for Duke since he went 7 2/3 against the Astros on June 4th. That was about 15 starts ago. Getting a quick look at all of his games this season. This is the third time he's gone beyond 7 innings in his 27 starts. He walks Lee. There's the first walk for either pitcher.
Well, we've seen a lot of Zach Duke over the last 3 years, and this is by far the best command he's had of his breaking pitches. Usually that's his third or fourth best pitch, that big over-the-top curveball, but he's shown good command of it today. He's gotten a lot of swinging strikes on balls that ended up in the dirt.
That one got away from everybody. Big turn by Lee. He's going to hold it second on a wild pitch on Duke.
Toughest play for a catcher is when a major league pitcher throws a fastball in the dirt. You just don't anticipate that guy not being able to at least come close to his spot with a fastball, and when he throws it in the dirt, that's the toughest one for a catcher to react to.
Never too early for cotton candy. They don't even need a napkin.
Napkin? That's why they put sleeves on shirts.
And now all of a sudden Duke can't find the strike zone. After walking Lee, he's 2-0 on Aramis.
Wait, if he throws something close to the strike zone right here, you will see a home run swing from Aramis Ramirez.
Three and 0.
His next pitch will be number 115 in the ball game for Zach Duke. Maybe starting to show some physical signs of tiring out there on the mound.
And he's nearing his season high. There were 116 pitches in back-to-back starts to begin the season, including one against the Cubs here on April 9th. Outside corner. I think one of the reasons he hasn't thrown that many pitches here the last few months is he hasn't stayed in long enough. He's gotten banged around early on. 3-1 on the way, ball 4. So John Russell, the manager, and the pitching coach Jeff Andrews discuss things. Duke right now is at his season high, 116. The kick and the pitch to Johnson. Lofted into center. Nate McLeod calls off Brandon Moss, and that ends the inning. Probably it for Duke. 117 pitches. He's pitched well, but the Cubs lead 2-0.
For 100 years, we've been moving America.
Standing behind our quality.
With the GM 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Plus roadside assistance and courtesy transportation.
The best coverage you can find.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary.
We're sharing our GM employee discount.
You pay what we pay.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Now through September 2nd, get employee pricing on all 2008 Cadillac models. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down, and you will be arrested. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
Looking for a great, convenient getaway? Then you're looking for Pizzazz Entertainment Complex. Many destinations, one amazing place. Located in scenic Burlington, Iowa, Pizzazz offers something for everyone. Corporate or leisure travel, family or romantic vacations, you'll find Pizzazz has whatever you're looking for. To find out more about Pizzazz, visit us on Mediacom Channel 1 Video on Demand. Then go to Smart Shop and click Smart Entertainment and let us show you what Pizzazz offers in your own backyard.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet. From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Luke Stuckmeyer here in our Comcast Sportsnet studio. After the final out, Dan Plesac will join me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. And later tonight, it's the second half of our doubleheader. White Sox against the Orioles. They wrap up their series in Baltimore. That game begins at 6 o'clock right here on Comcast Sportsnet. Right now, though, let's go back to Pittsburgh. Send it out to Len and Bob as the Cubs go for 33 games over the 500 mark.
Luke, for Jason Marquis, the first of his 24 starts this year in which he didn't walk anybody, arguably his best start of the season. Third time he didn't give up an earned run. So they hand the ball to Carlos Marmol, who gets his 69th appearance, and he'll face a pinch hitter, Doug Mankiewicz, for Zach Duke. It's 2-0 Cubs. Mankiewicz last night had to go-ahead two-run triple for the Pirates. Marmol with a 1-1. Tried the backdoor breaking ball and it missed. 2-1. $15,260 the paid crowd today. Long look by Carlos. Here's a pitch. Pulled foul. I've seen on the message board some fans wondering about Marmol's breaking ball, whether it's a curve or a slider. You could call it a slurve, you could call it a curve, we call it a slider. Whatever it is, it's nasty. Sometimes he throws it a little harder than other times. 3-2. That was a fastball.
I think if you wanted to be really accurate, it's probably a slurve. It's in between a curve and a slider. It doesn't have true slider spin, but yet doesn't have true curveball break. It's somewhere in the middle, but it's been a very effective pitch for him.
The tying run will come to the plate. That's the first walk given up by Cubs pitchers today. And it brings up Niger Morgan, the leadoff man, with Jack Wilson on deck. Now, our AT&T delivered. The bullpen delivered last night. Chad Godin, Carlos Marmol, and then Kerry Wood. As the Cubs wrapped up a 14-9 win. One strike on Morgan. Pops up the bunt. Ramirez catches. Like he was trying to bunt for a hit.
think you're absolutely right, Len. We anticipated before his first at-bat of the ball game that he was going to bunt at least one at-bat of this game. Normally he tries it a couple times a ball game, but that time popped it up harmlessly to Aramis Ramirez at third for the first out of the inning.
There's the slider for a strike. Another one. That was nasty. 0-2. Bob, if you came up against Marmol in a similar spot, do you sit on a slider early, or do you just wait for him to throw a fastball? And what do you do as a batter? Swing and a miss. Actually, it was a foul tip, but it's still a strikeout.
I think like facing any pitcher, you study what he's done recently, and we know there were stretches this season where Carlos Marmol was almost exclusively slider, 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 slider. If that's the case, you're doing yourself a disservice if you go to the plate and look for anything else. But more recently, he's been mixing that slider along with the fastball. He's shown good command of his heater, so not as easy as going to the plate and looking for one pitch.
Well, I'll tell you, Nate McLouth has been Marmol's nemesis. 5 for 6, 2 doubles, 2 home runs. He's been hit by a pitch and has struck out once. The only time he made an out.
Ooh. Anytime your career batting average against a pitcher starts with an 8, you know you're doing pretty well.
Well, you go down the list, some of these Pirates against Marmol: 0 for 3, 0 for 1, 0 for 5, 0 for 3, 0 for 2, 0 for 3, 0 for 1, 0 for 1, 0 for 7, 2 for 7, 0 for 1, 5 for 6.
And how do you explain something like that? I don't think there is an easy explanation. Just something about Marmol's delivery that McLouth has obviously seen the ball well in past at bats.
Got him that time. Freezes him on a fastball. So McLouth strikes out as a tying run at the plate. 2-0 as we go to the 9th.
Store mowers, wheelbarrows, and more with an Aero storage building from Menards. The 10x8 Hamlet is $249. The 10x12 Arlington is only $359. Both include a metal foundation kit. Get roofing done faster with this roofing kit from Stanley Bostitch. It features a cap stapler and a coiled roofing nailer that drives up to 1 3/4-inch nails, only $319. Menards, dedicated to service and quality.
Save big money at Menards.
When this hotel added Aflac to complement their benefits package, it made a big splash with the employees. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount
with everyone. You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
for everyone.
Plus, get the best coverage in America on Pontiac G6 with better combined fuel efficiency than Honda Accord. And now get a 2008 G6 sedan starting at $16,720. See your local Buick, Pontiac, GMC dealers.
Get ready for an exciting Cubs finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Next Monday is Universal Orlando Day as the Cubs battle the Astros at 3:05. The first 5,000 children 13 and younger will receive a Woody Woodpecker plush toy. Compliments of Pepsi. Right-hander Jesse Chavez will pitch to Raul Chavez, and he'll make his major league debut. Just turned 25 on the 21st of August. And he's up after right-hander Craig Hansen was optioned to AAA Indianapolis. That's where Chavez came from. Born in Victorville, California. As DeRosa skies one out the other way, it's Morgan to catch it. One pitch and one out. We mentioned the attendance, 15,260. A lot of Cub fans here. And a good hair day.
Yeah, like John Daly.
A little Elton John lookalike maybe too. Who were those guys?
I don't know, but compared to the rest of them, they had really nice hair.
Kosuke Fukudome will bat for Cedeno.
This will be an easy move. Kosuke will stay in the ball game and play right field. Mark DeRosa will move from right to second base.
There is a Cubs connection with Jesse Chavez on the mound. They took him in the 39th round of the draft in 2001. He did not sign. Ended up being a 42nd round pick the next year with Texas. He attended Riverside Community College in California. Pirates got him from Texas in 2006. It was in a deal for right-hander Kip Wells at the trade deadline. Good stretch here the last few days for Kosuke. LaRoche steps on first, 2 outs. Kerry Wood getting ready for a save chance in the bottom of the 9th. Our Nissan drive of the game, the shortest in the history of the Nissan drive. Went about 15 feet on the suicide squeeze bunt by Henry Blanco, adding that insurance run in the 7th. You hit it on the head earlier. The Cubs looking to finish up the season series at 14-4. These are the teams that in the end can really come back to bite you. When you look at teams that maybe barely miss out on the playoffs, and you look and you go, we went 8-10 against the Pirates or the Reds or one of those teams at the bottom of your division. You really do need to take care of business against the teams that you should beat. And the Cubs have done that against this Pirates ball club. It's going to start getting a lot tougher when you look at the upcoming opponents. The Phillies could be in first place when they come in tomorrow night. Astros have played better ball as of late. Foul tip strikeout. Astros right now are right at 500. They have dropped their last 2. Kerry Wood coming on for a save chance. 2-0 Cubs.
Get on the fast track to your dreams with AT&T Advanced TV, which offers a wide selection of programming and more HD channels than cable. AT&T Uverse TV lets you record up to 4 shows at once on one DVR, unlike cable, up to 120 hours of programming. You can even get up to $100 cash back on qualifying combined TV and internet plans, or double your cash back and get up to $200 when you order online.
Are you working on your research?
Of course. AT&T is a proud sponsor of the U.S. Olympic team.
For 100 years, we've been moving America.
With cars like these.
And like these.
The widest selection of cars that get an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon or better on the highway.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount.
You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Get a 2008 G6 sedan starting at $16,720. See your local Buick, Pontiac, GMC dealer.
What your engine feels, you feel. And when it's running clean, you feel it. Which is why we developed full synthetic Pennzoil Platinum with active cleansing agents to clean out up to 46% of sludge in the first oil change. That's 3 times better than the leading conventional oil. Pennzoil Platinum Motor Oil. Our ultimate clean for your ultimate feeling. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
Watch the Cubs take on the Astros Wednesday, September 3rd at 7:05. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Kosuke Fukudome #1 Cubs cap, compliments of Bank of America. Right on cue, Kosuke stays in the game. He plays right. Mark DeRosa moves from right to second. And Kerry Wood will have pitched in every ball game in this series after not appearing over the weekend against the Nationals. This is his first save chance. Games have gotten closer every time out in this series. It was 12-3 Monday, 14-8 when he came in last night, gave up a run. It's 2-0 today. Adam LaRoche takes a strike. Fastball riding at 93 from Carey. Trying to notch his 27th save. Slider strike, 0-2. Check down at third. Adrian Johnson said he held up. The Pirates have been held to 5 hits, only 1 for extra bases. That was the Sanchez 2-out triple in the 4th.
Just off the outside corner with that fastball at 93.
Swing and a miss at the high cheese. 1 out.
Boy, that elevated fastball, such a good pitch for a power pitcher like Kerry Wood. Especially as after he dropped a couple of snapdragon sliders on LaRoche earlier in the sequence.
Good start here against Moss. Oh, 0-2. Sanchez on deck. The 0-2 pitch called strike 3, 2 outs.
Woody feeling it today, has real good command of that slider. Just absolutely freezes a left-handed hitter on a breaking ball. You don't see that happen very often.
So it's up to Sanchez to keep the Pirates alive. If he does, you have Andy LaRoche on deck, but it wouldn't be surprising if they go with Ryan Doumit. And in fact, Doumit now is walking into the on-deck circle as Terrio knocks it down. Cubs win. Ryan Terrio just got in front of it, able to knock it down. They get the out. They preserve the shutout, 2-0, and they sweep the Pirates. Well, that's a big play, as we said. Could have brought Doumit up as the potential tying run. kind of played third baseman on that play, didn't he?
Yeah, that's just self-defense right there by Terrio. That ball hit like a bullet. Knocks it down to the backhand side. The ball dropped right down to his feet, able to throw on to Derek Lee for the final out of the ball game. What a well-pitched game by both clubs, but especially by Jason Marquis and Kerry Wood today.
So Cubs fans in attendance very happy. The W flag being held up for the third straight day here in Pittsburgh, and overall the fifth consecutive day. Cubs have won 5 in a row. Their lead now 5½. And our Chevy player of the game, Jason Marquis, who today gets his 9th win of the year. Arguably his best start of the season. He didn't walk anybody.
Well, I think he had his best stuff today, was commanding all of his pitches, working in a real nice rhythm. Expanded the strike zone when he had to. Nice job by Jason Marquis.
So Zach Duke now has lost 9 in a row. He pitched very well. 8 innings, gave up 2 runs, but takes a loss. Kerry Wood with his 27th save. So that'll do it for our game coverage. Stay tuned for post-game live. Once again, the final score today is a Cubs sweep. Cubs 2, Pirates nothing. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be Friday. Bob and I will take over at 1 o'clock. First pitch at 1:20. It'll be Joe Blanton and Rich Harden in a battle of righties. Game 2 of the upcoming series. Now for Bob Brenly, Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, and our entire crew. This is Len Casper saying goodbye from Pittsburgh. But again, stay tuned. Post-game live up next. Let's send it over to Luke and Dan in the studio.
Cubs win. Luke Stuckmeyer in our Comcast Sportsnet studios. Dan Plesac is standing by for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. We will break down today's game and sweep, and we'll look ahead to tomorrow night's game against the Phillies. That's coming up right after a quick timeout.
Fuel efficiency, durability, safety. Of all the great things Nissan brings you, this is the most thrilling. The bottom line. Nissan's model year-end sales event. Get $1,500 cash back on the 33 MPG Sentra or $199 lease on the 32 MPG Altima. Event ends September 2nd. That's the bottom line. Nissan.
Cutters. Uh-oh. What are we gonna do now? Give me the phone. Hello, Jimmy John's. Thank God you made it. I was so hungry, I thought I was gonna die.
Jimmy John's, America's sandwich delivery experts.
Nice work, Johnson.
It's a real Cinderella story.
She comes out of nowhere, and it's like boom.
Hit after hit.
Are you at a loss for words, Josh?
What do you mean she's gonna change TV forever? Well, find out.
One man wants to know the truth.
Put her in every home on the planet.
Who is Scarlett? The real Scarlett. The evidence is staring you in the face. Scarlett!
Things aren't always what they seem. Scarlett, the new series of TVs from LG.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
We're sharing our GM employee discount
With everyone, you pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
for everyone.
Take advantage of the discount and get the 2008 Chevy Silverado with better available V8 fuel economy than Tundra and F-150. That's right. Get this 2008 Silverado half-ton for around $20,500 after all offers.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by your local Chicagoland Buick Pontiac GMC dealers.
Now is walking into the on-deck circle as Terrio knocks it down. Cubs win! Ryan Theriot just got in front of it, able to knock it down. They get the out. They preserve the shutout 2-0, and they sweep the Pirates. Well,
and the rain stayed away long enough for the Cubs to pick up their 14th win against Pittsburgh this season. They are now an amazing 33 games over the 500 mark. 2-0 Cubs over the Pirates in a day game out at Pittsburgh. Hello and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. To my left, the conductor of the Big Blue Train. It is Dan Choo-Choo Plesac.
Well, Jason Marquis was he was terrific. His last start, I thought the first 5 innings, there it is. Slow the train down. There we go. I thought his last start, the first 5 innings, he was terrific. Went out in the 6th inning and just wasn't able to really control the game. But this afternoon, I think that it impressed me the most was when the Cubs were able to scratch a couple of runs across. He went out and pitched a terrific 7th inning. This was, without question, his best start of the season. He was very aggressive, throwing strikes, trusting his stuff. And as we touched on the pregame, sometimes he gets in the way of himself. He does a little bit too much thinking. Very seldom was he shaking off Henry Blanco. The tempo of the game was really quick and upbeat. He threw the ball terrific.
He is our Feldco star of the game, Jason Marquis. Of course, there was some talk earlier on just about 2-3 days ago that, hey, is Jason Marquis going to be in this rotation much longer? They asked Lou Piniella. He would not commit to another start. He said, you know what? He pitched well last time out. Let's see how he does. We'll go from there. I would say he certainly has earned another start.
Well, there's no question about it. And there's really no sense when you have a lead like the Cubs have now, a 5.5 game lead as we speak, depending on what Milwaukee does tonight. If you can stretch the other 4 starters out, give them an extra day, it's not like they're trying to hold a 1 or a 2 game lead, that there's a sense of urgency that you're trying to align your rotation. This is one of the nice things that this Cub team has, is they have 5 starters that are healthy, all throwing the ball really well. They don't really have to set their rotation up for any upcoming particular series. Basically, if they play well the rest of the way out, they're going to be awfully, awfully tough to catch. And I don't see Milwaukee is going to have to go on just an unbelievable run, and the Cubs are going to have to play sub-500 baseball, and I just don't see that happening.
Well, what you're getting at also is that pitching staff. You look at guys like Rich Harden. Hey, he's a key to this team in the playoffs. Let's let him pitch just every once in a while. Don't burn out his arm. He has injury problems throughout his career. No need to rush him out there every 4 or 5 days. And Carlos Zambrano's pitched a lot of innings over the last few years. Both guys could use some rest. Marquis certainly allows you to give them that.
Oh, Jason Marquis this afternoon. Not only you go through a game like the Cubs had a 4-hour marathon last night, he saved the bullpen, and this was really a lot of the things that this team has done well all year. Their starting pitching has been there since the first week of the season. Marmol looks like he's getting back to the form that he had in April and May going into the middle of June. Kerry Wood had that little stint on the disabled list with the blister. He looks terrific. The back end of the bullpen is awfully strong. The starting rotation 1 through 5 is throwing the ball really well. They're healthy. Just keep your fingers crossed now that they can stay away from injuries to one of the top 4 or 5 starting pitchers and somebody important in that lineup. And I don't know who that would be, because everybody in this lineup is important. This is just a real solid, a real good, and a real healthy baseball team right now. 7
shutout innings from Jason Marquis. And on paper before this game, the last thing I would have said was pitcher's duel coming into this game, because Zach Duke just 4-12 this year. Both pitchers were really good in this game. Zach Duke, 8 innings, just 2 earned runs, and 117 pitches. But the Cubs were able to go small ball on him late and get a couple runs across.
Well, Luke, that is one thing that you really have to like about this team, is they don't live and die with one dimension. They don't live and die with a long ball. They're very good at advancing runners. They're very good situational hitting. They're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. And this is a different lineup than it was last season. They hit a lot more home runs last year, but if you live by that, you die by that. When you're hitting home runs, you're going to strike out more. Your on-base percentage is going to go down. This is a solid team that carried last year in spring training in 2007. They did a lot of things right the last couple of weeks of spring training and kind of got away from that once the season started swinging for the fences, relying on the home run. This year with the exception of a little mini stretch post All-Star break for about 4 or 5 games. You started to see the hitters a little bit impatient, but they're right back to where they were. And they're just a tough lineup to face. I mean, as a pitcher, looking at this team, there's not an easy out in the lineup. They're not a high strikeout team. They take pitches. They work deep counts. It's a tough lineup.
Yeah, you think back, and I don't know too many Cubs fans want to the playoffs last year. It seemed like it was home run or nothing.
Forget about last year.
And
this is a different year, a different team, better pitching, a better lineup. Bring on the Diamondbacks.
And let's take a look at that 7th inning, because this is something they may need against the Diamondbacks if they face them in the playoffs. Couldn't get any runs across against Zach Duke. Start to manufacture runs, and it starts with one of the new players you're talking about. Reed Johnson lays down the perfect bunt. Nobody out. You got your man at first base, and he didn't even have to swing the bat. He just laid down a bunt. Then Mark DeRosa comes in and moves the runner over. He gets him to third. Now you got runners at second and third rather. Nobody out. And Ronnie Cedeno doesn't. He just puts the ball in play. He doesn't swing for the fences. He wants to make sure the run comes home. Now you have your lead, and now you can be greedy. And Lou Piniella uses the fundamentally sound bat of Henry Blanco, the suicide squeeze, just like that. 2 runs, and with the way Marquis in the bullpen pitched, it was enough.
Well, you know what? A suicide squeeze is nearly impossible to defend if you were the Pirates. All you have to do as a hitter is make sure that you get a pitch that you can get the bunt down. The Cubs were fortunate. He almost popped this up too high. You know, that's a pitch right there as a pitcher that you would really want to try to elevate a pitch to get a pop-up. Now, Hank White really kind of went down and dropped the head of the bat down and almost popped this up for an out, but the bottom line is he got it down. It's an awfully and nearly impossible play to defend a properly executed squeeze.
What goes through your mind as a pitcher when you see the squeeze coming down?
Well, it depends. It's a much more difficult play for a left-handed pitcher because your back is to the runner at third base, and you really have to rely on your catcher or your middle infielders to yell, "He's going." And if you don't hear that until late, you only have really one choice. You have 1 or 2 things. You have 2 choices. You can try to throw something up and in at him to try to make it difficult to bunt, or the simple thing to do is just aim for him. You get a free shot to hit somebody, because if you do hit him, the runner's going to have to go back to third base. Obviously, the guy to hit goes to first base, but it's certainly better than just throwing it over and letting somebody go ahead and get a bunt down.
All the runs the Cubs put on the board last night, unbelievable, this game of baseball, that they had to manufacture 2 small runs and win with small ball today. Let's head to our first break and check out today's Buick Pontiac GMC opinion poll. We want to know, with instant replay starting tomorrow, do you think it should be used in baseball? Simple, yes or no. Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com, click the link to Chicago, go to the Cubs page, vote, and we'll have results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
If you missed today's Cubs game, Comcast customers can go to channel 999 and watch Cubs games on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Cubs games on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand, only on Comcast, subject to availability.
MGD 64.
I'll have a vodka cranberry 64.
12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
Of course Geico sponsors Mike's Race Car, because they insure everything race car fans love. RVs, motorcycles, ATVs. Tell you one thing they can insure: Lauren Wallace. Because Lauren Wallace is made of lightning. Those guys are like, hey, where's Lauren? He was just here a minute ago. I'm 100 miles away, son. Ready to strike.
Geico, saving you money on insurance for your car and the other stuff that moves you.
It's a lovely day to be together. I doubt that life could get any better.
What are you gonna miss when you have an allergy attack? Benadryl is more effective than the leading allergy medicine at relieving your worst symptoms, like runny nose, sneezing, and watery eyes, and works when you need it most. Benadryl, you can't pause life.
Hi, can I have an MGD 64, please?
A margarita 64?
Okay. 12 ounces, 64 calories.
Enjoy.
MGD 64. As light as it gets.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's time for a wild ride in Chicago. On the north side, the Cubs look to prevail in their quest for the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, Ozzie and his men continue to grind it out in a very tight AL Central, with hopes of adding another trophy to their collection. And in the end, it could be a collision never seen before. A red line special between the Cubs and the Sox. Don't miss a push to the playoffs Chicago has never seen before. With the most games on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
6, 5, 4. Michael Strip got it back. 3.
Now here's Savard. He races over the line. Left it for Larmer. Back to Savard.
2. Michael falls, fires.
Yeah! Savard moves right in. He scores! Savard!
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not. Randy Wynn of San Francisco hitting .414 over the last 7 days. Here come the fighting Phillies and Brett Myers, who is 2-0 over the last 7 days, 16 innings and 17 strikeouts. Who's not? Former Southsider Tadahito Iguchi hitting .136 with 9 strikeouts. Tony Clark, 1 for his last 11. Former Cub Greg Maddux, 5 2/3 innings, 7 earned runs. Welcome back to Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Luke Stuckmeyer and the conductor, Dan Plesac, after a 2-0 win. Let's take a look at the Cubs lineup as the Cubs manufactured a couple runs, got great pitching, and swept the Pirates today. Alfonso Soriano, 2 more hits. He had 3 yesterday, and you see Reed Johnson, that 1 for 4. But Dan, the 1 was key. Here's another one of those hidden MVPs on the team. He lays down the perfect bunt to start off the 7th inning. Turns out to be the winning run.
Well, he's the other half of the law firm of Edmonds and Johnson. He's just a real good player. He's a sound player. He does a lot of things right. He hustles. He plays good defense. He's one of those players that, as a manager, you don't have to go out and tell him when he's coming up in a situation with a man on second and nobody out. He knows to hit the ball to the right side. He's a fundamentally sound player, and he has given the Cubs more than I think they could have ever asked for. You combine what he and Jim Edmonds have done in center field, and it's remarkable. I mean, there is no drop-off from one to the other. They've both been terrific.
And we try to be fair. We show some of the good and some of the bad. Alfonso Soriano, well, he had the incident in Atlanta where he stood and posed, and then we showed the drop fly ball yesterday, but he can hit, and he's had 5 hits now in 2 games.
Well, when he hits, he usually hits in bunches, and when he gets hot, he can stay hot for about 7 or 8 games in a row. He's one of those guys that you can jump on his back and he can carry you. When he's swinging the bat well, he's driving the ball like he did right here to right field. He handles the ball on the inner half of the plate. He has a very quick bat here. You see, turns on this 90-mile-an-hour fastball. When he's locked in, he hits the up pitch, he hits the low pitch. He's a tough out when he's swinging well.
A lot easier to handle a drop fly ball last night when the Cubs win all 3 games in Pittsburgh. Let's take a look at that Pirates lineup, and Jason Marquis absolutely dominated them today. 7 shutout innings. Don't see a whole lot of hits. I see a lot of 0 for 4s on there, Dan.
He was terrific, and I think you have to give credit where credit was due. His last start, I thought he was great through 5 innings. 6th inning, things fell apart. He kept himself mentally focused this afternoon. He kept the tempo of the game up quick. He wasn't shaking off Henry Blanco very often. He was in control of this game from the first pitch till he departed in the 7th. It was a terrific outing.
Let's take a look at the series numbers here as the Cubs sweep the Pirates, finishing 14-4 against Pittsburgh this season. First time they've won 14 games against a single team in a single season since they won 15 against the St. Louis Cardinals all the way back in 1978. Pittsburgh hit .330, but there you see the ERA, 3.67. The Cubs offense delivered.
Well, this is a Pirate team now that you have to look at it this way. They lost 2 big bats near the trading deadline, and Jason Bay and Xavier Nady. They're not the same team. They're not a team that's going to score a lot of runs in bunches. They don't have the power to hit the home run. This is a team right now that they're trying to play a little bit of small ball, trying to figure out where they're going to go for next season, calling some young players up. This is a team that the Cubs, if you can get ahead of them early. Zach Duke pitched very well this afternoon. He probably deserved better fate than he received, but the bottom line is this Cub team just a little bit too good right now.
All right, take a look at the central standings. Cubs, of course, picking up some ground. You've got the Cardinals and Brewers facing off. They play tonight at 7:15. Right now, as it stands, the Brewers are 5.5 games back. The Cardinals are 10 games out, and the Cubs have, what, 28 games left in the season now?
Yeah, you can pretty much turn out the lights. The party's over on St. Louis as far as winning the division. Now, I still believe that this is a big game for the Cardinals tonight. They certainly don't want to fall 4.5 games behind the Brewers in that wild card spot, but it looks like those two teams are probably going to be in the thick for the wild card.
And Cubs still have to play both teams twice yet this season. Still to come on the show, we will check out our poll results and preview tomorrow's matchup with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Spotlight, brought to you by Just for Men Hair Color.
Carlos Marmol turning in another good performance on the mound today, came in the 8th. Giving up the leadoff walk, retired the next 3 hitters, 2 of them on strikeouts. He recorded a team-high 25th hold of the season.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men Hair Color.
It's gonna work. Why don't they go up? Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
Hey, Billy.
Kevin. Ooh, Johnsonville brats. Brat me.
Hey, how about some chicken? Do I look like a chicken guy? Give me one of those. Hey, dude. Want chicken? Absolutely. Not. No, brat. That one. The last one right there. My last brat? Yeah, that's right.
It is tough giving up that last juicy Johnsonville brat.
Oh, looking for these?
Yes. You're the best. Oh, up high, hon.
Just make sure I get one.
Flavor up with Johnsonville brats.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
Nobody's going to have a better price.
Doesn't hurt to look. Don't say it, don't say it.
Nobody had a better price.
You said it.
Lowe's believes you'll get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
We'll take it.
Find a better price on anything we sell, and we'll match it plus take an additional 10% off.
Maybe we should shop around. Trust me, just buy it.
Lowe's, let's build something together. So get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
My guys brush their teeth like they clean their room. I'm glad new anti-cavity Listerine Smart Rinse attracts stuff like a magnet, then shows it in the sink.
Ew, gross. Cool.
Kills bad breath germs, too.
New Listerine Smart Rinse cleans up after your kids.
Fuel efficiency, durability, safety. Of all the great things Nissan brings you, this is the most thrilling. The bottom line. Nissan's model year-end sales event. Get $1,500 cash back on the 33 MPG Sentra or $199 lease on the 32 MPG Altima. Event ends September 2nd. That's the bottom line. Nissan.
Welcome back. Earlier in the show, we asked the Buick Pontiac GMC poll. We wanted to know, do you like instant replay being used in baseball? You went online to Comcast Sportsnet. 61% say, bring it on. Here comes the replay. And Dan, tomorrow they start instant replay in a selected fashion. Check out those home runs. Will it work? Lou Piniella said, hey, do I throw a flag? Do I get a yellow flag, a red flag? At least I get to throw something on the field. Don't really know what's going to happen.
I do think it's going to be good for baseball because inevitably there are always, in the course of a week, there are 1 or 2 plays. And it's awfully tough for umpires when you're umping first and third base to run out. You're trying to run out, watch the flight of the ball to see if a ball is fair or foul. And especially with the new ballparks, they're more fan-friendly. You know, you have fans reaching over. You have a lot of stadiums with the yellow lines. It's hard to tell if it hit the yellow line, did it hit over the yellow line. And there have been several home runs that have gone in and out of the basket basket at Wrigley Field the last couple of seasons. So I think if used properly and not overused, I think it will help.
Can't wait to see where they're going to put this machine at Wrigley Field because there's not room for the groundskeeping crew down there.
Right on top of the conductor's hat.
Well, they'll try it out tomorrow. Let's check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game. They've got 4 with the Phillies coming up and a great pitching matchup tomorrow out at Wrigley Field. Tonight game, Ryan Dempster, 15-5, but almost unhittable at home against Cole Hamels, one of the best young pitchers in baseball.
Cole Hamels, you'd have to mention his name right up there with the top left-handed starters in baseball. He has had a tremendous season, has a great changeup, throws in the low to middle 90s. His changeup is his bread and butter pitch. Should be a terrific matchup between he and Ryan Dempster.
Same breath, if I had to go game 1 of the playoffs right now, I go Ryan Dempster, especially at Wrigley Field.
Boy, his stock has really risen, and there were some concerns how he would handle the second half of the season, going from the bullpen into the rotation. If anything, Luke, he has gotten stronger his last 3 or 4 starts. Hats off to Ryan Dempster. He has made himself a valuable pitcher on this team. And like you said, if he were to start game 1 of the playoff series, that would be fine with me. He's pitching with confidence. He does a lot of things well. He not only throws well, he fields his position well. He's very good at getting bunts down right now. Good time to be Ryan Dempster.
And we talked about Jason Marquis. Great job, 7 shutout innings. And that 5th starter, we talked about Harden resting, Zambrano resting. Ryan Dempster hasn't been a starter for a while. Nice to give him a little breather now and then, too, so he is fresh for the playoffs. That's going to do it for Cubs Postgame Live. For Dan Plesac and the crew, I'm Luke Stuckmeyer. Thanks for watching. Cubs win 2-0. They sweep the Pirates and go 14-4 against Pittsburgh this season. David Kaplan and Chicago Tribune Live are coming up at 5:30. Then the Sox and Orioles at 6 o'clock. We'll see you later.
Cubs Postgame Live is presented to you by Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Nobody's going to have a better price.
Doesn't hurt to look. Don't say it, don't say it.
Nobody had a better price.
You said it.
Lowe's believes you'll get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
We'll take it.
Find a better price on anything we sell, and we'll match it plus take an additional 10% off.
Maybe we should shop around. Trust me, just buy it.
Lowe's, let's build something together. So get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
My guys brush their teeth like they clean their room. I'm glad new anti-cavity Listerine Smart Rinse attracts stuff like a magnet, then shows it in the sink.
Ew, gross. Cool.
Kills bad breath germs, too.
New Listerine Smart Rinse cleans up after your kids.
Here at this modern-day watering hole, this urban Serengeti, it's man meets reptile.
So, Lucy, what are you doing?
Just a little online shopping.
You should check out Geico.com, get a free rate quote. If you like what you see, you can buy it online, over the phone, or at your local Geico office.
Cool.
Remarkable. Oh, no. Help! Did you hear something?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Be a part of history and win a trip to NYC to see your choice of either the Northsiders or the Southsiders in one of New York's historic ballparks during their final seasons. Just go to ComcastSportsnet.com and enter the Southwest Airlines fee-free getaway to qualify for a fee-free trip from Midway to Long Island, New York. 2 tickets to the game of your choice, plus free lodging. It's Southwest Airlines fee-free getaway, only from Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
College football is back. The season kicks off with a special Thursday matchup as Wake Forest takes on Baylor. Then on Saturday, there's 2 great games, starting with Oklahoma State battling Washington State. Touchdown! Plus, a Pac-10 showdown as Washington squares off with Oregon. A great slate of college football begins with a special Thursday game, August 28th on Comcast Sportsnet.
We now join our regularly scheduled program already in progress.
We're back with more of the best of MLB Bloopers 2008.
I'm good. I got it. I'm good.
I'm gonna have to get him tailored between innings.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a character actor.
I'm winded already.
It's putting on my pants.
Are those Cardinals cocky there today? Playing some frisky ball.
But the characters you see in baseball, well, most of the time, they ain't acting.
Look at this. There go the sprinklers. Pedro soaking wet.
And when you're around guys like this, it's tough to keep a stiff upper lip.
Why is my face burning? Put icy out of my hat.
So I'm going hatless. Yeah, I can feel the wind blowing through my hair.
This guy is now in Hollywood. Perfect. But he made his mark in Boston.
When in doubt, something crazy is going to happen.
And when it happens, there's just one thing to say.
That's Manny being Manny.
Manny's being Manny.
It's just Manny being Manny.
Manny being Manny. We have heard that phrase so many times. He's saying it by way of a sign out there in left field from the monster.
Where'd Manny Ramirez go?
People think he goes in there and has a sandwich or, makes a telephone call. There's no bathroom in there, that's for sure. I've been in there.
Hey, Manny, if you're listening out there, come on back.
The fans caught on to it very well, so they always anticipate when he exits the Green Monster.
Here comes Manny Ramirez, and behind the scoreboard gets a standing ovation.
The best is when Manny's being Manny during the actual game, and it turns out great.
Breaking back is Ramirez. He makes a one-handed grab as he stuck out his hand, throws back toward the infield, and they double up Huff at first base.
It would seem like it had to be premeditated, but it wasn't. He just did it and reacted. But he made a great catch.
Manny climbed the fence, high-fived a fan, and then got the ball back into the infield.
He's looking at the camera, and everybody else is checking out the replay on the camera, and they're all laughing about it.
He had a ball where he looked like he was swimming after it in the outfield.
And he crawled back to try to pick it up.
And then he rolled over the top of it.
He was laying on top of the baseball. And it's an adventure every time when he's out there.
But not every Manny moment is a Hall of Fame play.
The #1 Manny for me is when he cut the throw off from Johnny Damon.
Johnny Damon heading back to the wall.
I went up and tried to catch a ball off the wall. I actually had one of my better throws. Manny cuts it off from about 15 feet away, dives, catches it, throws it in.
That's one of the strangest relays I think you'll ever see.
By then, the guy had an inside the park home run because of the cutoff.
Your left field was diving on a relay.
I laughed forever. I'd never seen anything like that.
I don't know why Manny cut the throw. I could not hold back laughing, and he kind of just looked at me like, whoops. But it's going to make a very good blooper.
Unbelievable. I've never seen that.
We took it to another level.
Manny showed that the game is all about having fun.
Yapo, 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 yapo. He out, he out, he out.
There's also quite a character out there in the desert who almost talks his teammates to death.
Oh, my goodness.
It's O-Dog, man. What's happening?
He feeling sexy about himself right now.
This is O-Dog right here.
That dude throwing 96, dog.
I'm hitting third in the lineup.
Hey, the good thing about this, I don't get the ground until a double play again.
Ace, can you believe it? O-Dog hitting third.
I've always been vocal since I've been a kid, man. It wasn't just something that popped up yesterday. It was something I had a long time.
What's going on, dog? I'm chilling, baby.
When I think of O, I think about obviously keeping everybody loose, talking, communicating.
Look at that right there. Look at that right there. That's money in the bank. Do what you think. I got money in the bank.
O just don't shut up. I love O. He just won't shut up.
Stay fly, no lie.
He won't stop, and he keeps going and going and going.
Why you minding my business? This grown folk business there, boy. Ain't your mama tell you when grown folk come to the house, you go outside and play?
It's just my personality. It's my personality, man. I'm gonna keep the smile on my face and just having fun.
If he's not talking, I'm starting to look up at the stars and see if the Earth's getting ready to crash.
Where the sun at? Power, look at that. Look at the sun, see that?
Always upbeat, always talking. That's Orlando Hudson.
You may have guessed that Hudson loves his job. So does Nick Swisher, whether he's in Oakland or now in Chicago.
This is something I've wanted to do since I was 6 years old.
I'm telling you, it's the greatest thing going.
I'm just trying to soak up every second I got because, one of these days the game's going to be over.
Just swinging a long one. Game-winning home run for Swisher.
Swisher's definitely a light-going guy. He's always trying to have fun, and he always seems like a pretty upbeat guy.
It's a hidden talent. The diffuser.
The diffuser.
Remember that.
Don't put so much pine tar on your batting glove that you can't throw your helmet where you're supposed to.
Oh my gosh, I hope you guys got that on tape.
Trying to say I'm crazy.
I got a haircut tomorrow at noon.
Hope somebody really enjoys this, I'll tell you that.
Gotta take a chance right there.
You still get as much enjoyment out of playing the game as you did as a kid?
Oh, no doubt about it, and then some.
Wow!
But watch this, Ray. Is this funny or what? Watch this.
Are we live? All right, do that again. Start over.
Split.
Yep.
And then you have the well-traveled Kevin Millar, who helped bring a championship to Boston.
You cannot count the Sox out, because if there's a group of idiots that can do it, it's us.
And now he's brought his energy to Baltimore.
He's just a nut.
That's what I'm talking about.
He's just awesome, nonstop, every day.
Brian Roberts, by far our best-looking young man on the team.
He comes and he's joking around, and that's what you need in a ball club.
Right now, he's nervous. He's uncomfortable right now. He doesn't know what to say right now.
This is what he's good at.
Playing against him, you think to yourself, no way, it's real.
I have no one to talk to, so I talk to myself. And that's the way it is, though.
He can't pull this off every day.
Shut up! Shut up!
Playing with him the last year and a half, and it's every day.
Look at the obliques. The young man's got some abs.
I don't get it. I've never seen a fatter guy with more energy.
Let me show you mine.
Oh, he's going to be a cute little fella.
Staring at me the whole time?
That felt really weird, because I felt it the whole way, and I wasn't sure. Wow, that's scary, man.
A blooper's usually an embarrassing moment, period.
Whoa, and he falls down the steps.
Easy.
I'll probably on a ton of those on defense, right?
Kevin Millar will have a play. He'll drop it. Had it, and he dropped it.
An error's an error. I've made a bazillion errors.
That is a big-time oopsie out there from Millar.
A lot of mine are base running. I'll stumble, I'll trip. I'm not fleet of foot.
One of the better bloopers I've seen in a while, Kevin Millar tried to turn a ground ball to left field into a double.
Kicks off to Pat Burrow. Millar heading for second, and he is going to be a dead duck.
What a slide.
I hit and stopped, and my feet went over my head. I remember Thomas Perez just holding the ball there, and I was like, what just happened, bro?
He's more embarrassed than anything because he torpedoed. That wasn't a real good slide.
When somebody who's supposed to be an athlete look completely unathletic, it's tremendous.
That was one of the funniest slides you'll ever see.
It's the characters of the game who help make baseball so much fun.
All right, let's do it. Pretty boy. That's a cool dude right there. God, we love that, huh? Is that the best ever?
When a hitman is double-crossed,
plans have changed. Get rid of him.
His only way out,
get the money, disappear forever,
is to kill them first.
You're the target now. You're going to die.
Nicolas Cage.
My name's Joe. This is what I do.
Bangkok Dangerous. Rated R. In theaters September 5th.
Now more than ever, you want to get the most for your money. Look no further than the rugged V6 2008 Kia Sportage. Fuel efficient, 5-star safety rated, backed by an industry-leading warranty, and it's priced about $6,000 less than a Toyota RAV4 Limited. Or to put it another way, a whole year's worth of groceries less. The 2008 Kia Sportage. It's money well saved. Hurry in and get $3,000 cash back plus $500 competitive bonus on the 2008 Kia Sportage. Offer ends September 2nd.
We've come to this island, and you'll never believe what we found. The internet. Seems it can't hide here either. Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card. You're connected at up to 3G speeds. Email business proposals. Access your customer database. All on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I've just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary,
we're sharing our GM employee discount with everyone.
You pay what we pay.
Not a cent more.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Take advantage of the discount and get the 2008 Chevy Silverado with better available V8 fuel economy than Tundra and F-150. That's right. Get this 2008 Silverado half-ton for around $20,500 after all offers.
And now, once again, here's the best of MLB Bloopers 2008.
What do you want? You gonna hit fly ball? You want to hit the infield?
I want to drive the ball. Willie was my hero. Just the fact he was giving me some hitting techniques and he got on the floor and showed me how to line things up, that was a thrill.
There I was, a lifelong Giants fan, getting tips from Willie Mays. It doesn't get any better than that, folks.
Stay back. Oh, man. The great Willie Mays told me that stuff.
But you don't have to meet the greatest living player to get a thrill at the ballpark. You just have to be in the right place.
And out, a home run. Nice catch by a young fan in the front row. What a thrill.
Sometimes the best action is in the stands. From the box seats to the bleachers. Passionate, united, devoted. Willing to out-jump or jump on anyone for a coveted souvenir.
Come on. That was horrible.
Whoa, stay up. Nobody saw you.
It's their time to shine.
What an effort.
Their highlight reel.
Wow, what a catch a fan made.
It sure was a great
Holy
catch.
smokes, what a catch he made.
Do it, son.
Their chance to soak it all in.
Oh, my goodness.
Just one word of advice.
Whoa!
Keep it in the stands.
Great shot.
Fans do make up much of the ballpark experience, but so do mascots. From Billy the Marlin to racing presidents.
Abe, George, and Thomas.
These characters go out there every day in the blistering heat just to make you smile.
Bernie thinks he's very athletic. He played in a mascot game in Minnesota. He embarrassed us.
Get ready for action.
And no one is more famous than the Philly Fanatic, who's been sneaking up on folks for 30 years.
Fanatic is great. He's got that thing blowing out of his face, and he's always messing with kids and with people, and he can dance a little bit too.
He does almost everything but talk. So we found a special translator for this exclusive interview.
How do you keep yourself in such good shape? He's trying to say that Twinkies, cheesesteaks, and buttered rolls, and a little exercise. What type of advice could you give to aspiring new mascots? You have to take dance lessons. You have to be athletic. You have to have a natural smell. And and what's the other one? Right. You have to not be afraid of Tommy Lasorda.
Of the mannequin? He's a little bit hot, I think. He says you don't make fun of me or my ball club.
The Philly Fanatic. He's adored by millions.
That means he loves you.
And despised by one.
The smile just pays it off.
It takes a special breed to be a baseball fan.
Like 6 seconds ago. Like that.
The best sun tanning in the world right here, and the home of the Padres, baby. Woo!
And these fans love to emulate their heroes, like in New York and Minnesota, where hair became a happening.
Everybody getting in the action, AJ's mustache day.
That's taking it to another level, Kenny. Ooh.
The biggest thing about the mustache thing is to have a player that is willing to have fun with it and enjoy it and just take a ride with it.
Pitches hit hard and into center field for a base hit.
The power of the stash.
Yeah, it was a great experience. I mean, you know, you had players, you had the manager post-game wearing mustaches.
Yeah, well, you know, this will probably be the last day I wear it. You know, I told him I would wear it, you know, if we won, and we won. And, you know, I got some calls, people laughed at me, but I was just pulling for my gun.
Ooh, yeah. How we doing?
The promotion here at the Metrodome tonight, Joe Mauer's Sideburns Night. And none of the 10,000 handed out look as good as Joe's.
He's a great hitter, he's a great catcher, and people just love him.
He knows he has the perfect sideburns. So it's one of those things where, you know, if you have a special day because of your sideburns, you gotta take some heat for it.
I told him I might break into his room one night and shave him off and see what happens. I'd probably become the most hated person in Minnesota.
Some of the more underappreciated folks in baseball are the ones who patrol the foul lines.
Oh, that's a good effort out there by our guy.
They risk life and limb to protect the unsuspecting.
He's giving his body up.
They stand directly in the line of fire and are asked to combine athletic grace with a good heart to fulfill their daily duties. And nowhere is that challenge greater than in San Francisco.
It's great. I mean, they're having a good time, and, you know, it's a good time for the fans that are watching.
Oh! I got George's face plant right here.
He's ticked off. He thought he should have had it.
Whether they fall over a fence or fall over themselves, it's funny either way.
Ball foul outside of first. The ball dude down the right field line, ranged far to his right, and then he flipped at least 4 somersaults after that.
So there you have the Bloopers supporting cast. Some are old, some are older.
I want to go party with that guy.
But every one of them makes certain that a day at the ballpark will be a unique experience. A little fun, a chance to let loose, or whatever it is you want to call what that guy right there is doing. Sheesh.
The New York Yankees, most successful franchise of the century.
The Yankeeography Mega Set contains the story of every Yankee legend throughout the team's illustrious history. Yankee pride is in full display with nearly 50 hours of content, including all 34 episodes of the Emmy Award-winning series from Major League Baseball Productions. So enjoy Yankee tradition with the Yankeeography Mega Set.
You had fantasies when you were young. Then you grew up. Your fantasies have evolved into a finely tuned, pain-free series of keystrokes and clicks. You're an e-jock. You take your shots like a man, and you can single-handedly tackle a fistful of food faster than you can say, free Wi-Fi. You're an e-jock. Your free fantasy draft kit is waiting at Hooters. Your season is here.
It's Toyota's National Clearance Event, the perfect time for amazing deals and selection. Come in now and get low 0% APR financing on the best-selling compact truck, the 2008 Tacoma. Or get the 2008 Motor Trend Truck of the Year, Tundra, with 0% financing for 60 months with $1,000 bonus cash. Or choose $5,000 customer cash. So don't miss this opportunity to save big at the Toyota National Clearance Event. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
For 100 years, we've been moving America.
Standing behind our quality.
With the GM 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Plus roadside assistance and courtesy transportation.
The best coverage you can find.
In celebration of our 100th anniversary.
We're sharing our GM employee discount.
You pay what we pay.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Get a Sierra 1500 extended cab starting at $20,488. See your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
We now return to the best of MLB Bloopers 2008. That's huge.
See, what you need, Steve, is a catchphrase. I got a catchphrase. You can do it. What's your catchphrase?
You suck. I hear that a lot when I come off the field.
That would look good.
One thing I learned when I was trying out for the Giants is the importance of staying loose at all times.
Stretching is a very big part of the game.
And it's the guys who pitch out of the stretch almost every time they take the mound who really need to have a unique personality.
You think about the mentality of a guy who has to come in the game, warm up on 8 pitches, and go try to get somebody out. You gotta be a little loose, a little wacky.
And that's why, throughout the years, baseball closers have been a great resource for blooper reels.
Doug McGraw is definitely contagious.
Some were primal, almost animal-like. Others specialized in putting out fires. Those were the ones who seemed to have multiple personalities.
Well, Dan, would you like to win the World Series again? Maybe. This is tough. This is a tough job.
Closers have always been just a little different. Like Detroit pitcher Todd Jones, who is a specialist in rain delay theater. Todd doesn't do anything without thinking ahead.
I knew what I wanted to do, and I just wanted to get it right, and I just wanted people to know what I was trying to do.
Back here at Comerica Park where the rain is still falling, and Todd Jones has donned his Maglio hair and his Maglio jersey.
And I think when I brought the wig out and had his jersey on, I think they kind of figured out what was going on.
Todd Jones is going to recreate the 2006 home run that Maglio hit off of Houston Street to put the Tigers in the World Series.
The 1-0, swinging a fly ball, left field, it's deep. It's way back. The Tigers are going to the World Series. In the air, left field. The Tigers march to the World Series.
Todd Jones putting on a show here at Comerica Park.
It was a big thrill for me, and you know, I really enjoyed that. Something I always wanted to do.
When George Sherrill doffs his cap, like he did at this year's All-Star game, people take notice. Not at George, at his hat.
But let's talk about your lid real quick. How'd that start real quick?
In independent ball, I used to bend it.
George obviously got the wrong hat on today.
I guess being left-hand dominant, it was always a little bit crooked or off-center.
I just make fun of him verbally and loudly about the hat.
It's like this. It sits like this.
I think he just gets the hat out of the box and puts it on. He don't feel like bending or nothing. He's kind of a lazy guy.
I'm going to wear it how I get it out of the box, so it's flat.
Hey, one thing about George, it's not crooked. It's just flat.
It just stands. It almost goes reverse. It's so flat.
Usually George's hat is like this.
The duckbill platypus hat.
To be honest with you, when you look out there, I think that gives him a little bit of an edge. When you're a hitter looking at that, how ridiculous it looks, you can't help but laugh a little bit. It's hard to focus when you got somebody out there on the mound like that.
Who knew that a straight brim of the cap could give birth to a Baltimore tradition?
Now with, what, 28, 29 saves at the break?
28, yeah, I think so.
And then all-star team.
Well, I started flipping my hat up and just kind of making fun of him. And then we won the game that night. And so I said, boys, let's flip our hats up.
He began to save more and more games for us. You know, that was kind of our tribute to him.
As soon as George, saves a game, our hats go up, and we high-five. But it's been a lot of fun because he's done a great job for us.
Boston's Jonathan Papelbon has the ability to dominate a game.
Fires, swing and a miss, strike three.
But he might be best known for what he does off the mound.
I don't look tired, do I?
It's a persona that his teammates can't comprehend, and neither can he.
I don't know what I bring. You have to ask my teammates about that.
Oh, my God, this guy's insane.
He's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Huh? Hey, man, I remember you. Hey, man, I remember you. 87, dude. Yeah, 87. What's up, man?
I've never really, taken things too serious.
You're talking to reporters using words that are way too big for you.
I put my little 2 cents in every once in a while. They usually don't like to hear it, though.
You would never use a word in a sentence that you couldn't, spell, would you?
That's my rule. You can't tell everybody my rule.
It's not your rule.
Pat's a different kind of character. He's goofy.
One of these days, you can be on my level.
Sometimes he says things before he thinks.
What's up, Pimp Daddy? What you got going on here, dude?
Everybody's like, huh?
Oh, yeah, you can get huge forms of this thing. Be able to have those releases and have fun and kind of just take everything with a grain of salt and just go out there and have fun. That's just kind of my approach.
It's the perfect closer combination. He's a beast on the mound and a crazy kid when he's off it.
I think he has a split personality because if you see him, ninth inning, he's got this little growl. He tries to stare you down. And then next thing you know, he's out there dancing. What are you gonna do? You're gonna dance or you're gonna stare?
Well, this dude can do both. Clinch the World Series and dance at the parade. And we don't just mean dance.
He had the broom out, and he was dancing. He had the kilt on and everything. He was doing it all.
And I didn't even know what I was doing out there. I was just having fun.
Skechers Work footwear is stylish, durable, comfortable, and most importantly, slip-resistant. None of those people were wearing work footwear. By Skechers.
Okay, you can't learn everything from a textbook. So today, the Holiday Inn Guest Room Simulator. Mr. Shaw?
Sir.
You've been on the road, you need a shower, and check your email. Go.
love. Exciting and new. Come aboard.
The more you stay, the more you earn. Holiday Inn.
We're expecting you.
The hottest celebrities.
Yeah, boy!
The biggest movies.
Indiana Jones?
Are finally getting what they deserve.
Is that your feet?
And this is my baby's foot.
Disaster movie. Rated PG-13. August 29th.
I'm feeling fine. Whenever you shine, give me your light. Make it alright.
They say the sun shines a little brighter in Florida. See why. Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State for just $89 or $99 one way. Go to southwest.com/Florida to book your trip today.
You are now free to move about the country.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah.
Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
Nah.
For 100 years, we've been moving America.
Standing behind our quality.
With the GM 100,000-mile powertrain warranty.
Plus roadside assistance and courtesy transportation. The best coverage you can find. In celebration of our 100th anniversary.
We're sharing our GM employee discount.
You pay what we pay.
The GM employee discount.
For everyone.
Now through September 2nd, get employee pricing on all 2008 Cadillac models. Visit your local Cadillac dealer.
And now the finale of the Best of MLB Bloopers 2008.
Okay, I'll admit it. I couldn't get a hit against the big league pitcher.
I couldn't do it.
But I did fall big time for a major league prank.
We're gonna pie him, let him know what it feels to be like a rookie.
Oh, God!
So far, you've seen some pretty bizarre stuff. Now it's time to show you the very best. Baseball, of course, is all about the number 9. 9 innings, 9 players. So now we present our top 9 bloopers of all time. Well, we can't start the game without the national anthem. And in keeping with the theme of the show, this one is in a class of its own.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars do the perilous fight are the red country ones?
Hit it, girl.
We lead off in the first inning with a savvy big league base runner. Not.
Rivera leading from first. The pitch. Swinging. There's a shot. Deep in the right center. Racing back to Lucci. Still going back into Death Valley. It goes right over his glove. He missed it. But Ruben Rivera missed second base.
That blooper of Ruben Rivera trying to get back to second base and cutting through the middle of the diamond.
Now he's heading for third, and they're going to throw him out by plenty. But the throw to third is botched. Now he's heading home. The loose ball in the infield, and he's out by 5 feet at the plate. And that was the worst base running in the history of the game. Unbelievable.
Tommy Soto's at third base, and I just looked over. I'm like, Tommy kind of close, didn't he?
And Guerrero, there goes half the bat. And it takes out the third base coach.
And sure enough, the next pitch, the bat breaks and just comes down and hit him dead in his leg.
No, head down, Tommy. Oh, no. And thank goodness that he's all right.
Once everybody figured out he was okay, it was pretty hilarious, you know, because he's a funny guy to see rolling around on the ground.
His score, you throw out the lowest and the highest, he gets a 9-8 for this.
On the mound in the third inning is the mad Hungarian Al Raboski, who one night had an issue with his balls.
You could get some baseballs that felt like a grapefruit, and the umpire threw a ball out to me, and it felt like one of the grapefruits, so I didn't want it. He threw me another one, and I got ready to return that one to me. He kind of got mad at me and just went ahead and fired a ball over my shoulder, and I could have stood there for a minute, and then I took the ball that I had in my hand, and I rolled it to him, so he took another ball of the ball and rolled it out towards the mound, and I was not going to pick up any one of the balls that are out there.
And that's when this tete-a-tete reached another level.
At some point, I guess I got a ball that I liked.
I threw a pitch, and it was a ball.
And everyone thought it was ball 4. But Al knew it wasn't.
So I went to the umpire, and I said, you know, that's only ball 3. And he said, how would I know? You had balls all over the place. Went into the visitor dugout, called the official score. The official score said ball 3. Went behind the mound and came up to deliver the next pitch. He was expecting about a 200-mile-an-hour fastball. I threw a hanging forkball, and Reggie, anticipating the high-octane fastball, corkscrewed himself into the ground, almost fell down, striking out.
In the 4th inning, we have the Husky wall banger.
Deep to left field. This ball's got some carry. This ball is gone. And Butch Husky just ran right into the wall. Butch Husky did not stop at all going after this ball. Oh, my. Out chase first into the left field wall. I could hear it from here. He's laughing.
The next day, we were going out to take BP. And they drew an outline of him tattooing the wall.
Boy, it's a good thing that there's padding out there.
This game is now official, and this blooper comes with a warning. Beware!
The one that stands out in my mind was in the Kingdom.
My gosh, what is that? Is that a rat?
Like a muskrat or a cat?
Let me see that. It's a cat.
When the groundskeeper, I can't remember his name now, I played in Seattle, I knew him personally, but he went out to get the cat.
And finally, another attendant picks it up, and the attendant that got scratched is...
Oh, he's in pain. Look at him.
Boy, that cat is...
Oh,
and he got rid of him.
And the cat is biting his hands and clawing him, and he's thinking he has it, and he's jumping up and down, and he drops it out.
That's a tough little guy.
To me, that's one of my #1 all-time bloopers.
That cat is gone crazy.
Piazza in the end of right field. Larry Walker.
Piazza hit a fly ball down right field line. Offerman tagged up at first.
Walker in foul territory. Now Offerman tagged up on that play.
And got all the way to third, but not because I couldn't throw him up.
And Walker doesn't know how many outs there were.
Walker gave the ball to a fan.
He was 12 years old. His name was Sebastian Napier. I've never forgot his name.
As some people say, that's vapor lock.
Brain cramp.
I realized what I did, obviously, is I took 4 or 5 steps back in and nobody was moving and the crowd was laughing.
Now, here's the funny part. He goes back to get it, though. That's what's funny. Yeah. What if the kid doesn't give it to him?
Just one of those hysterical moments. I laughed at it immediately, and I walked up to him and said, don't you ever take that ball away from me again with only 2 outs, and then went back up to my position.
Before we get to our next classic, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. And for that, we go to Wrigley Field for the worst rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball Game I think you'll probably ever hear.
Ozzy Osbourne is by far the worst 7th inning stretch performance I've seen. It was some sort of call to the wild or something for, you know, extraterrestrial communication or something.
And now we resume play with a momentary lapse of judgment.
One I can always remember is Steve Lyons at first base, him pulling down his pants.
There's the bunt. That could be trouble as Petrie. No, Stevie dives in and beats it.
You know, it was not my finest moment. They called me safe, but I was really out. And so Petrie and the umpire were arguing, and I got so in tune to the argument, I literally forgot where I was standing.
Did you see that?
I could feel the dirt running down the inside of my pants because after the slide, it just kind of gets lodged in there, and then it doesn't feel very good in there.
He's gonna get the dirt out, and all of a sudden he unbuckled his pants and they fell down.
Brain cramp. Brain cramp. It was either a brain cramp or it was contrived. I don't think it was contrived.
I don't think that's really the proper place to do that, but
he forgot where he was. He had a vapor lock.
My mom used to tell me always wear clean underwear because you never know when you're going to have to show them off. So, you know, thanks, Mom.
We're on to the 8th, and our all-time runner-up.
Base hit right field, but they're going to have to hold Jeltz at third. Going down, the ball gets away from O'Neill. He kicks it to Benzinger.
No, this is the absolute all-timer.
Paul came in to scoop it up, and he missed it with his glove and hit off his knee, and the guy was coming around third, and the game should have been over right there.
Paul O'Neill gave up on the ball game. Steve Jeltz was going to score.
He bobbles the ball and comes down, and he's so upset about it that he just kicks at it and kicks like a perfect ball to the relay man.
And it is a perfect kick. Watch this. Boom! He kicked the ball to Todd Benzick. You will never, ever again see this.
And now, to close out the game, our greatest blooper of all time.
Jose Canseco. Jose Canseco.
Canseco.
High fly ball, right field deep. Canseco back to the track. Look it up. It is off his head, it looked like. And over the top. A home run.
I thought that was the funniest thing in the world, to see somebody get a ball hit off their head and it bounces over the fence for a homer.
Canseco goes back to the wall. You know, he's checking the wall. He's checking the ball. Reaches up. You can see right there. He goes over the top. Look at this.
You know, I was going to try and give him the benefit of the doubt. And I said, Jose, did that hit you on the head? And he goes, no, it deflected off my glove.
It hit Canseco in the head.
And I fell out right then. I just started laughing.
David Hull's laughing out there.
He turned out into a home run. So that was a perfect blooper.
Jose, you've hit a lot of home runs. You've done a lot of great things, but that shot will live forever.
So that's it, my friends. Our top 9 bloopers in the history of baseball.
God, we love that, huh? Is that the best ever? Get it. Oh, pretty boy. That's a cool dude right there.
Thanks, O-Dog. But after watching this past hour, I've determined that there are 2 certainties in this great game of ours.
I suck at baseball.
And there's nothing more entertaining than the funny side of baseball. I'm Rob Schneider. Thanks for watching Best of MLB Bloopers 2008. You can do it!
Wednesday on Chicago Trivia Live, we'll break down the Cubs-Pirates matchup in the Steel City and preview the Sox-Orioles showdown in Baltimore. Plus, we'll get ready for Thursday's Bears preseason game. All that and more, Wednesday at 5:30.
There was a time when baseball's past lived only in black and white. The legends of the game trapped in a colorless world. But now history comes alive in its original color.
There they are, right in front of you. Mythical figures.
A young Joe DiMaggio. Jackie Robinson. This is Jackie Robinson.
Through a rare collection of home movies from the 1930s through the 1960s, taken by Major League Baseball players and fans, we can relive this magical time and hear stories from baseball's golden age.
You became American by loving baseball. To me, it was my religion, something you're born with.
I could remember. I remember. I remember. I remember. I remember.
I do remember.
You got a hot dog for 10 cents. World Series always in the daytime.
We had 1-year contract.
The team stayed together.
We rode the train from city to city.
The great thing about these films, people stay young forever.
These are the stories of baseball's golden age. On this week's episode, there was a time when fans could see a ball game with the change in their pockets, and players searched the want ads for off-season jobs. We explore the economics of the golden age. Then it was home to some of baseball's most legendary names and withstood nearly a century's worth of heartache. We hand you a ticket to Fenway Park. But first, rare footage of a dynasty in the making. We take a look at the team that first established the Yankees as baseball's most successful franchise. Leading off, the Yankees of Ruth and Gehrig. For the first 2 decades of the 20th century, teams like the Philadelphia Athletics, New York Giants, and Boston Red Sox were among the game's elite. But in December of 1919, a team of little distinction, the New York Yankees, purchased a converted pitcher named Babe Ruth, thus altering the balance of power in baseball for the remainder of the century.
The Yankees had done nothing until Ruth arrived. They had never even competed for a pennant. Babe Ruth turned that franchise around.
The best baseball player that ever lived, I want to say this now and go on record, was Babe Ruth.
He was the king. I had a chance to watch him hit home runs. He hit these high, towering fly balls that just nestled in.
When he hit the ball, it seemed to be 200 or 300, 400 feet high as it floated past first base and just kept floating and floating and floating into the right field seats. I remember once Ruth struck out. Obviously, he swung and missed, and he swung around with that terrific torso twist he had, looked up into the stands, and I swear to God, he was looking right at me. I remember that feeling, Babe Ruth is looking at me.
Oh, he was just one of a kind. I mean, not only a tremendously gifted athlete, but just a character, a very funny, warm, endearing character. I didn't ever find a guy who didn't really like Babe Ruth.
And he loved kids, and kids loved him back, and he would grin that great big fat grin of his. And I'd see him also in New York City, crossing the street with his wife, wearing that great polo coat that he had. And he'd say, "Hi, you kid," and I'd go and get an autograph from him. We loved him. It was like knowing Santa Claus.
In 1925, Ruth was joined in the lineup by a young slugger from Columbia University, Lou Gehrig. The first baseman's demeanor was far more subdued than his celebrated teammate.
Years ago, I interviewed this former Yankee pitcher, Charles Devins, and he was a teammate of, Ruth, Gehrig. He said, "I love Ruth. Ruth was a fun guy." On the other hand, Gehrig was a real serious guy and didn't have a sense of humor. And he said, we all knew that. So Tony Lazzeri, the second baseman, was kind of a joker. He'd say if it was an easy ground ball to second base where he knew the guy would be out by 10 or 15 feet, Lazzeri would throw a curveball to Gehrig at first base. And Gehrig would never laugh. And the rest of the Yankees would, Gehrig didn't think it was funny.
I make the case that next to Babe Ruth, he was the greatest hitter who ever lived. Look at the numbers.
If Babe Ruth had never come along, Lou Gehrig would have been the guy that everyone remembers today. He was that good.
Combination of Ruth and Gehrig on one team is unprecedented.
Those two guys, and then the Lazzaris and the Musels and the Bill Dickeys, all in the same lineup, murderers row.
Ruth, Gehrig, Lazzeri, Earl Combs. I think that was the greatest team of all time.
Babe Ruth led the Yankees to their first World Series victory in 1923. The Ruth-Gehrig years yielded 3 more. After the Babe departed in 1934, Gehrig collected another 3 and would have added more had he not tragically died from an incurable disease at the age of 37. But with one speech, Gehrig wrote a legacy for himself and the franchise that surpassed the number of championship banners he helped raise.
In a quiet and very dignified way, Lou delivered his famous speech on July 4th, 1939, which was his farewell to baseball. I've often written that it was sort of the baseball's Gettysburg Address.
I went to the occasion where he spoke, and I can still summon the echoes from the loudspeaker system of Gehrig saying, "I'm the luckiest man on the face of the earth." My mother loved Lou Gehrig. When he died, I remember coming home from school. My mother, washing dishes and crying, and saying to me, "Lou Gehrig died. Lou Gehrig died." And that's how personal it was. How baseball was like going home.
When we return, for 6 months of the year, they were heroes. For the other 6, they sold cars and cough syrup. We take a look at players' salaries and the economics of the game.
532, 533, 530.
Crazy times call for crazy fun. Enter the Ultimate Vegas Escape Sweepstakes at visitlasvegas.com.
Of all the numbers you encounter along your journey to wherever you're going, you'll find there's one number you can always count on for a great night's rest. Super 8, now with free high-speed internet, free breakfast, and more. Super 8, see you along the way.
This Friday,
It's the end of the world.
I'll take it from here. The end begins
Back off.
with a bang. From the guys who brought you Epic Movie and Meet the Spartans.
Amy Winehouse?
Disaster Movie. Rated PG-13 Friday.
Passionate about justice? A degree in criminal justice from Westwood College is your key to a rewarding career. High-paying jobs in criminal justice are growing faster than average with exciting job opportunities like law enforcement officer, legal investigator, youth probation officer, and more. Call now for Westwood's free career success kit with the latest criminal justice salary information. Westwood provides all the tools you need to get your career going fast. Faculty with real-world experience, hands-on training, field demonstrations in the classroom, plus a bachelor's degree in only 3 years, so you can make a difference sooner. Westwood College, a place where you can succeed. Call now for Westwood's free career success kit. Call 1-800-661-5702.
One day. You can give one memorable day to our World War II veterans for the years they served to protect our way of life. Honor Flight Chicago is now flying Chicago area veterans to Washington, D.C. to visit and reflect on the war memorial erected in their honor. These flights are funded solely by donations. To help, call this number or visit honorflightchicago.org. Give these heroes one day and the experience of a lifetime.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age, where history comes alive in its original color. Up next, the economics of the game. During baseball's golden age, there was no better bargain than a trip to the ballpark to see a major league game.
This was my education to baseball. Center field bleachers. And a day game? Oh, man. Not only see the game, you get a suntan. And the bleachers were 75 cents. 75 cents for a double header. Best buy in town. 37.5 cents a game.
You know, a day at the ballpark cost, I think our bus fare was 30 cents, the hot dog for 10 cents. You could do it for about $1, really.
But while fans enjoyed having the extra change in their pockets, the players weren't so fortunate. In an era before multi-year contracts, players were paid based on yearly production rather than promise.
I don't believe in paying anybody unless they produce. That's the way I wanted to be paid, and that's the way I was paid.
We played from year to year, and we didn't secure our whole life by playing 1 year in baseball like the players today.
It was all one-year contracts, period, for my whole career.
I don't know anybody who got a 2-year contract.
The minimum back then was $6,000. Can you believe it? $6,000.
I made $6,000 a year.
My first year in the big leagues, I made $6,200 for the season.
In 1963, I was making $9,000, and we received $8 a day meal money. Well, if you ate on the plane, our traveling secretary would take $4 of that $8 and take it back.
What you made during the season would not hold you over for 12 months. Of course I worked in the off season.
I had to work every winter of my life when I played for the Yankees.
I played 22 years and I got a job every year. It could be in a sporting goods store, it could be in sales.
I was digging ditch and pipelines and carrying boilers upstairs and bathtubs.
I sold furniture, I sold cars. I sold snowmobiles. I was a disc jockey.
My dad had a drugstore. It got to a point where somebody had a bad cough, and they'd ask me, Bill, what should I take for my cough? So I got to be a semi-doctor.
Here's the way it used to be. You'd work and get your paycheck Friday night, get on a train Saturday morning, get to spring training, Sunday afternoon, check in the hotel, and be there Monday morning.
Eventually, a few of the game's standouts were more generously compensated, but they still had to fight ownership for every cent they got.
The best ball player, Willie Mays and Hank Aaron and all those superstar guys, the most they could make was $100,000.
Maris could never make $100,000 because Mickey just signed every year for $100,000. So Roger went to him and says, Mickey, you know, you're killing me. He goes in to negotiate, and they said, well, we can't pay you what we're paying Mano. He's back-to-back most valuable players, okay, in 60 and 61, and he can't get a raise because Mano didn't get a raise.
Snyder, one year, had 40 homers at 341, knocked in 130 runs. I said, Duke, did you get a raise? He said, I had to fight for a raise. He said, yeah, I asked O'Malley, how come the raise is only $5,000? And O'Malley says, because you didn't steal enough bases.
And before free agency, teams had the exclusive right to a player's services even as their one-year contracts expired. This gave the players little recourse from stingy owners.
I was owned by the Tigers until they wanted to trade me or give me the pink slip.
You had to negotiate your own contract. They wouldn't even talk to a representative in the early years, which was totally unfair.
You had no choice. If you didn't sign the contract, you couldn't go to spring training. That was a hammer that they held over your head.
They could say to you, well, if you don't want to sign for this, I want to wish you well in your next job. Or how are you going to like playing in Chattanooga?
Whatever you got from him, you know, you'd go home and lay down at night and you'd say, Jesus, thank the Lord, you know, whatever it was.
Before money increasingly became a guiding force in a player's career, fans could take comfort that the men on the field played for the same reason they cheered from the stands.
Nobody appeared to be getting wealthy playing baseball in those early days. But that wasn't the big motive. Players played for the fun of it.
It's the only thing we knew, it's the only thing we loved to do, and that was to play the game of baseball.
Give me enough money to drive my car, feed my face, pay some rent and things like that, and I'm just tickled to death because someone wants to pay me to play baseball? Wow.
Coming up, Babe Ruth, Jimmy Fox, and Ted Williams all once called it home. We take you on a tour of Boston's Fenway Park.
The few, the proud, the Marines.
We took a poll and asked what Americans want, and unanimously they said, free gasoline.
Free gasoline.
Free gasoline every day.
How about $2,900 in free gasoline every day?
You know I like 29. Shell is giving away $2,900 in free gasoline every day, plus thousands of other prizes. Just pick up a game card at a participating Shell station. Scratch off the gunk and go online for your chance to win.
Hurry in today for your game card while supplies last.
Amanda.
Gary.
Wow. You look amazing.
Same old Gary.
No, listen. I'm sorry about the way things ended. I was immature.
But I've been doing some soul searching. I've matured.
Bye, Gary.
You can't always be smooth, but your beer should be. Brewed for a smooth taste that's never bitter. Keystone Light is always smooth. Even when you're not.
Clearance, clearance, clearance. Now, my mom always said if it's important, repeat it. The 2008 model year-end clearance at Bob Roman Oak Brook Toyota in Westmont.
Zero APR financing is back. Get zero APR on new 08 Toyotas like Sienna, 4Runner, Tundra, and more.
Bob Roman. It's clearance time, and you owe it to yourself. Bob Roman's Oak Brook Toyota in Westmont, 5 minutes west of the Tri-State on Ogden Avenue.
Comcast Sportsnet's action-packed weekend begins Friday at 12:30 on the north side as the Cubs take on former NL East champs, the Phillies. At 6, it's a big-time battle as the Sox try and scare the Red Sox at the home of the Green Monster. Saturday at 2, catch the latest before the game as college football Saturday kickoff begins. Sunday at noon, the White Sox are back in Fenway to face the Red Sox in a namesake showdown. It's an action-packed weekend only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age. Your ticket back to day games and doubleheaders through the greatest collection of color home movies ever assembled of Major League Baseball from the 1930s through the 60s. Next up, Fenway Park. Opened in 1912, Fenway Park is the country's oldest Major League venue and home to one of baseball's most compelling franchises, the Boston Red Sox. Nestled within the city's Fenway neighborhood, the park's quaint dimensions and brick facade made it an unassuming destination.
Well, walking into Fenway, first of all, I had trouble finding it.
Well, the first thing you see at Fenway Park is the exterior brick wall, and any number of ball players that have been called up over the years, the first time they came to Fenway, taxi dropped them off. They didn't think they were in the right place.
From the outside, it looked like a warehouse, and I was surprised at how small it was.
It's very clearly built for people who are born 100 years ago. The seats are teeny, and the rows are really close together.
Old ballpark feel, old ballpark smell.
The hot dog briny smell, the cracked concrete of the bleacher steps. I remember John Kiley's organ playing. That's a very distinctive feature of the Fenway experience.
But gazing upon the field, the park's most unique attribute was also its most obvious.
You come up the ramp, then you immediately see the left field wall, 37 feet tall, only 315 feet or so from home plate. It's just an imposing structure all the way from the left field corner out to center field.
You feel like you're being hit in the face by that wall. Suddenly, there it is. And it's just stunning.
I couldn't believe it. You see the wall on television, but it doesn't make the impression until you actually see it relative to the rest of the playing field.
When they first built that wall, nobody thought a home run would ever be hit over that wall. It didn't take long, though. Hugh Bradley hit one over the wall right within the first couple months of action. There's been quite a few hits since. If you look in the 1930s and into the early 40s, the wall was covered with advertisements.
The Lifebuoy sign, gem blades, and they were advertisements that were in other ballparks in the major leagues, but not with the same drama of presentation, not with the same presence as the Fenway Park left field. It had almost kind of a Times Square feel to it. It had that same presence, that same grandeur.
Too much of a presence, if you ask the man who played in its shadows. In 1947, the ads were removed after Ted Williams complained they were a distraction at the plate. With a few coats of paint, the Green Monster was born, an inviting target for a generation of hitters.
The Monster was great for me because I was a big left-hand hitter and they couldn't pitch me away. They pitched me away, I could reach that wall. As a matter of fact, I did hit 3 home runs one night on the screen there in Boston. I love the Monster.
If I was a hitter, I would love it. But as a pitcher, you know, with one hand, you're trying to push that left field wall back, and the other hand, you're throwing the ball. The left field fence is very close.
The dimension in this ballpark is tough, but it worked for everybody. A lot of time the wind blowing in, the ball is supposed to be over the green monster, they bring it back in. The ball is supposed to be home run in any other park, maybe double, because they hit the fence, it's so high, the ball come back. This ballpark is making for hitting, no question about it.
I just love the coziness of the ballpark. You know, it wasn't some big, huge stadium that held 50,000 people. It's a smaller ballpark, and the fans are right down there around you.
Kid the fan, talk to them, never get serious, don't pay any attention to them. I always tell them, come out here tomorrow, and I get part of your ticket money.
The way you feeling, the fan make you feeling, it's exciting, you know. You want to do good. A lot of great players coming through here, you know. That's a history in baseball.
Fenway Park took you right back to the beginnings of baseball.
I can't help but think that Ty Cobb played on that field. Babe Ruth started as a pitcher, pitching from the mound at Fenway Park. My hero, Ted Williams, played there.
And others like Jimmy Fox, Joe Cronin, Bobby Doerr, Johnny Pesky, Dom DiMaggio. Red Sox legends of the Golden Age who helped make Fenway Park an American institution.
As a kid, it was a little bit like making that trip to the Constitution or the Old South Meeting House or Paul Revere's house. You were in a place where history occurred, where very special people had accomplished great things.
Up next, an author recalls a magical trip to the Fall Classic.
Hops are the soul of Samuel Adams.
Hops add a spicy citrus flavor to Sam Adams.
The best hops have been grown on family farms like the Stengelmeyers for centuries. It has unique conditions of soil, moisture, and sunlight.
Boston Lager, the proof is in the taste.
The hottest celebrities.
Yeah, boy!
The biggest movies
Indiana Jones?
are finally getting what they deserve.
Is that your feet?
And this is my baby's foot.
Disaster movie, rated PG-13, Friday.
Of all the numbers you encounter, along your journey to wherever you're going, you'll find there's one number you can always count on for a great night's rest. Super 8, now with free high-speed internet, free breakfast, and more. Super 8, see you along the way.
Hi, we're Team Teskies.
We're here to help you with all your pet care needs.
Picking the right puppy for your home.
And everything you need to care for her. A bird that talks.
Find a friendly guinea pig.
Keep your rabbit healthy. Helping your kids find Nemo.
We're Team Teskies.
Teskies has hundreds of dog and cat food varieties to choose from, as well as furnishings, cages, grooming supplies, sundries, toys and treats and toys. Teskies, Bettendorf and Moline.
Teskies, where homes come to life.
Bullmore Lanes wants you to come out and bowl at our new state-of-the-art synthetic Brunswick Pro Lanes. This fall, whip up some fun at Bullmore Lanes. We offer a full-service snack bar, drink specials, and bowling specials throughout the week, as well as glow bowling on Friday and Saturday nights. And now is a great time to sign up for our fall leagues. With leagues running 7 days and nights a week, we can find one to fit your schedule. Bullmore, serving up fun for over 65 years. Bullmore Lanes, 29th and Brady in Davenport.
All right, these guys are going. They're flagging the grid.
Stand by, Sarah.
Split screen, logo left, ready camera 1, take 1, key logo, cue talent.
This Labor Day weekend, the place to be is the Rock Island Grand Prix. It's an experience that you've got to see to believe, as high-performance go-karts race through the streets of Rock Island's downtown arts and entertainment district at speeds upwards of 100 miles an hour, 1 inch off the ground and into the turn.
Great food, great lemonade, family events, great announcing. It's a good time.
The Rock Island Grand Prix, it's the place to be this Labor Day weekend.
Sports Rise every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Welcome back to baseball's golden age. Baseball has always been a literary game. So each week on Baseball's Golden Age, we combine our film with the work of baseball pros. Next up, one author remembers the Yankees, the Dodgers, and his dad. This week's call to the pen, Peter Nobler.
I'm Peter Nobler. This piece appeared in a book called Subway Series. The day before a kid's memory kicks in could be another millennium. So even though the Yankees have won 5 straight World Series from 1949 through 53, the 55 series was mine. Yankees-Dodgers. My father appeared in the door of my fourth grade classroom like a manager calling up a prospect to the majors, pulled me out of school and took me to Game 1. These are things you don't forget. It was a bright, crisp day, blue sky, late September yellow sun, World Series weather. We took the Lexington Avenue IRT to the Bronx, walked on River Avenue behind the center field bleachers. We passed through the gate, and I held my father's hand as we walked up the concrete ramp. And each time I caught a glimpse of the stunningly green field behind the last row of seats or down a cement corridor, it caught my breath. We were sitting in the loge near first base, me to my father's left. Don Newcomb started for the Dodgers. When Roy Campanella tossed the ball to third base for Jackie Robinson to rub up, the umpire tossed that ball out and told Nuke to rub him up himself. Mickey Mantle was hurt and didn't play. Joe Collins hit 2 home runs into the right field bleachers. Jackie Robinson stole home that day, and Yogi Berra stormed around the umpire like a furious jack-in-the-box. The Yanks won 6-5. Though I could have stayed there forever, we took the D train back to Manhattan. Got home in time for dinner. I remember it like it happened this afternoon. Each week, our incredible film library will transport you back to when baseball was truly America's pastime. Tune into every episode of Baseball's Golden Age.
Fasten your seatbelts. It's time for a wild ride in Chicago. On the north side, the Cubs look to prevail in their quest for the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, Ozzie and his men continue to grind it out in a very tight AL Central, with hopes of adding another trophy to their collection. And in the end, it could be a collision never seen before. A red line special between the Cubs and the Sox. Don't miss a push to the playoffs Chicago has never seen before. With the most games on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
This week.